So I guess we're live. Can you guys hear us?
Sure, sure, sure. We're live, bro.
All right. Let's wait to hear from the comment just to make sure um everyone is there. Can you guys share with us? Just let us know. Awesome. So I guess you all are hearing us. So I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Fotie, mostly known as Fotiecodes. I'm a front-end software engineer, and today we'll be sharing with you guys something amazing, something really amazing. We'll be working on a Google clone. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll be working on a Google clone. So we'll start working. We will start everything from scratch. Like we'll set up everything and all of that. So together with us, we have Dylan here. Um, as our moderator for today. So Dylan, can you introduce yourself? Just to say hi to everyone.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Longla Dylan, software developer, same title as Fotie. And I'm really eager for us to have this live. It's actually the first live we're going to hold, so kind of excited. We hope all of you will love it and join our community for in future. So Fotie, I
Sure,
think we can start off with setting up everything for.
sure,
We hope all of you
awesome.
will love it and
Awesome, awesome. I guess we're live. We can see a couple of guys in the background and all of that. People saying hi, hi, hi. So someone just asked if it's deployed. So we will show you guys what we will be building today. So Nadi just asked if it's deployed. Yes, it's deployed. We will be showing you guys what we will be building today. So y'all just hang on, please. I hope you guys can hear us clearly. Awesome. So this is what we are going to be building today. We will be building a Google clone. It's not 100% responsive, but well, we tried. Yeah, we were building a Google clone, and it actually works like Google. Kind of like, guys, this is not Google. Like, this is a clone, and you can check over on this link to like view it and have a feeling of it and all of that. So it actually really works. We're using Google's custom search API to like fetch data from Google. So like for example, I can hit Tesla and press enter. I will get all the data from Tesla, and I mean like this is insane. This is insane. We have all the look and feel of Google and all of that. And guys, you can notice if you can notice above here, if I say for example, let me increase this. When we're scrolling, you see the search bar remains at the top alongside with the Gmail images and this other icons. Like they just stick to the top, right? So so here as well, we have a couple of things we'll be going through in this tutorial in this live working session. For example, if I type maybe 48 codes and I hit search, we can see that the data should be updated in real time. You see the data is being updated in real time here. Like if I type in anything, I hit search, the data is being updated in real time. Also, we have the about the like the amount of result gotten and the time. All of this is gotten from Google's custom search API. So this is what we will be building today. Basically, we will be doing this today, and I hope you all will love it. I hope you all will love what we're going to be doing today because we actually put in a lot of time and effort to provide this content for you guys. So please, if you watch this and if you're here, please just give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you get notified each time we have new videos. So this is basically what we are going to be building. Awesome. So the first thing we're going to do is, like, we'll start first things first, right? We will start with setting up our Vue project. Yep, we'll start by setting up our Vue project. And to do that, I will hit my terminal. All right, here. Probably just create maybe a folder here. My PC is really slow. God. Google folder. Life. Awesome. Awesome. So we have that here set up. So, so what we'll be doing is, I will basically set up our Vue project. We're basically going to set up our Vue project here using the Vue CLI. Again, if you haven't set up your Vue CLI, I really suggest you download, like, you get Node, and you can get Node from the Node. You can get Node. You just go to Google and hit Node, and you can download Node from their website. Node.js, because you actually need Node.js for this build. So you get to Node.js, or you head forward to node.js.org, and you download Node.js, and this will come in handy with npm. So yeah, so we have that running. So we are going to create a project inside our folder we just created. Vue create, and what name of the app we can give Google clone. Awesome. While that's running on the background, we will be doing a handful of stuffs. Like for example, we'll be working with Firebase. Once we've done, like you can see here, we've hosted the app on Firebase, and all of this we'll do it. We'll cover it in this live build. And also the code is available on GitHub if you feel okay. You want to grab the code and all of that. We're gonna put it in the comment section. Yeah. So while that is creating, give me a couple of minutes. While this creates, so Dylan, while it's creating the project, we might want to check on the comment section.
Sure, great. We're having a couple of people that have joined us today. Nabi, we welcome you. We have Nabi, Dinomitron. Sorry, guy, but your name is kind of wow. Dinomitron Designs. Greet you. Then we have one of our great people, Gervais Boomer. That's interesting. Greet you, sir. Fotie.
Yep.
While we do the setup of the app and whatever, I think we could make a whole overview of what we're going to build. You have spoken about the app. We like to talk about the technology we're going to use, like for example, Vuex and you know.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be using Vuex, which is Vue's state management system, which we'll be using to manage the states in our Vue application. I actually decided, actually thought it great. We can have it in this live build, because I think it's a good thing to, like, wrap all of this in a single project. Like, we're building this project and all of that. So the idea is, once we will hit Google servers and try to use Google's custom search API, and it will return to us a result. We will get that result and store it in our state. All right. So once we
Sure.
have that data in our states now, we would get that data from our states to display on our result page. Like for example, what we have here. If you come here and you hit maybe Tesla and you hit enter, what you should see is you just get all the results, but actually behind, like under the hood, there's actually a lot going on. The data has been gotten from Google, stored in a state, and from that state now we get that data from a state and displayed on this page, which is actually a component. Yeah. Hello.
Cool, 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 bro, cool.
Yeah.
That setup's taking a great deal of time. Huh?
Yeah. So I think this is pretty much it. We just head to the installation of our project, creation of project. So for this tutorial, for this live deal, we'll be using um, Vue 2, because actually Vue 3, it's not long. It's been out, and there are some libraries and some stuffs which are not built yet for Vue 3, and which are not maybe compatible with Vue 3. So we use Vue 2. So we will set this up manually, all right? Because I want a couple of stuffs set in. We're going to be using Abel, Vuex. We want to use Vuex, linter, um, route. Yeah, we want to set up a route because, um, like if, for example, if you see here, we have this. I don't know if you guys can see, but we have the domain of the app, and we have a slash search, which is the search route. So that's actually the use of the route. So we'll be setting up our routes and working with the routes. So we want this to be enabled. I think that's pretty much all. I think it's pretty much all. Vuex, linter, yeah. We'll be using Vue 2. Awesome.
Okay, great.
Question mark.
Um,
With errors prevention only. Yep.
okay, good. Well, if that's it for the packages required for the installation, I'm here as your number one fan and your moderator. So I'm a backend developer. I have a lot of things I need to be asking during the live. So I wanted to know which directives did you use? View directives did you use? I think it's kind of interesting. If we know the directives we use, it will help us to know what we are learning from this tutorial actually.
Sorry.
The directives, like for example, the bind, the ifs and everything, the directives that are used in the Vue framework itself.
Yeah, we're definitely using a lot of them. Like we're using the um, V4. Um, we will have V4. Yeah, mostly V4 to like loop through the array and getting and actually displaying the data.
Okay, with the Google API.
Yeah. Once we've gotten the data from Google. So while that's going, what I want us to do is I want us to like try to set up our Firebase, because I think
Okay, yeah.
that's really important. Uh, because we'll be using Firebase hosting for this. So we're setting up Firebase. You come to Firebase. I believe we all know what is Firebase and all that. So Firebase is actually a really great tool, a really interesting um, tool by Google, which help us actually it has a couple of services like Firebase, real-time notification, real-time database, NoSQL database, and all of that. So, but for this tutorial, just for this tutorial, we'll be using Firebase hosting for this live. So, awesome. So, we will be creating a new project. Maybe go on you look on live view. So I guess this should be it. So once you get here, it doesn't really matter. You can enable analytics or whatsoever for your project. You click on your next. You select account, default account. So we're actually creating the project. Meanwhile, this is taking a lot of time to set up. Awesome. Our project on Firebase is already set up.
Oh,
Yep. So once we've done this, that's pretty much all with Firebase, because then we'll just have to install Firebase on at the end of when we've done all of that, we'll have to install the Firebase CLI project. So we go back to this. It's taking that much time. So right now we are creating our Vue app, our Vue project. And we have a couple of comments. You all can just ask any questions in the comment section.
yeah. If you
Uh,
have any question in relation what we are doing, you could just ask a
yeah,
question and
I
it
mean,
answer
like
right away.
this is a live build, and we are building together. I hope you guys are actually following what we're doing.
Oh, what just happened? Seems you have had a problem. Seems Fodi has had a connection problem, but sure, he'll be back in shortly. It's connection issues. Okay, great. Think he could resolve his issues. Are you back? Hello.
Can you see my screen? Hello.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So I'm setting up the Vue project.
We should have probably prepared this earlier. It's taking us quite some time setting up the project.
Taking a lot of time. I mean, like this is the first live we're having, and um, you all should just forgive us if any of these things are happening this way because we
Sure.
didn't think of this actually. So
Well, we say experience is the best teacher.
yeah. Next time we'll try to set things up. It's taking some time. God.
Hey, Toby. Hello. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, bro. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he's actually one of our followers on TikTok, and he said he would be glad to join us on the live. So we're happy to have you here, man. I can share a link to I can share a link to this in the comment section if you want. But please, guys, this is just a thousand queries per day because we're actually using a free version of Google custom search. So yeah, so there is a link to the hosted app. You can check it out.
Yeah, cool. Okay, that's
Wow, this is taking a lot of time, man. Next time we'll just set things up first beforehand. Hello, can you guys hear me? This thing is taking longer than I thought.
hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I can hear you. Guys, welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Feel free to ask your questions in the comment section. We are still installing, creating the project. It's taking a hell of a time. It's taking so much time. Gosh. Can you hear me? Awesome. John Ryle says he can hear us. Sweet. So we are still installing.
Yeah.
We are still installing, creating our Vue project. It's taking a hell of it. Gosh. Awesome. Dylan, I think we're ready to go.
Finally, it's done. It's generating the readme files. Good,
Yeah.
good, good. That's great.
Yeah, so we'll just cd into the directory, Google Chrome, and we'll just open this with VS Code.
Finally, we are good to go.
Yeah, finally we're good to go. I hope you all are following.
Hello, Tachununu. Great. That's good. Joining us, bro.
Yeah, so once we have this, we will we will start our server to see what it actually looks like. And after that, the next thing we're going to do is we will start setting up our components and our views. All right. So the components. This is just actually the basic structure of a Vue project. Okay, we have the node
Okay, great.
modules obviously, which are necessary. All right, and we have our public where we have our in main index. In our main index here, we have where inside this div our app is actually being mounted. So, and here, everything, all the magic happens in the source. So in our source, we have our assets where we can put our logo, pictures, and all of that. If you're working on a project, and the components. In our components folder, we can load in our components. So what are basically components? I mean, like components are just, in simple words, they are just the basic building blocks of an application of your project you're working on. So think of it in a more modular way. Like for example, I'll take for example this. All right, like this this search section here is a component. Um, and this toolbar here is another component, and this footer right here is a component. So all of these are actually the building blocks of the whole app we have right here. Right, so that's just it. So what we'll be doing is we will run our server npm run serve, like server app. So while that runs, we will set up our project. By setting up our project, I mean we'll try to create our various components we'll be using. Like for example, we'll have to set up in our components. We need an app bar, obviously, for this section. An app bar here. We need this app bar, and we will need a component for um, this search section here, and another component for the footer. Yeah, and also for the search page. If I read, for example, Tesla, I hit enter. We have this here that pops up. We have this this app bar. It's still here. The app bar is still there, and we have this other component is the same component we have in here. So we will go across as well with we talk about um, we talk about reusability of a component. Like for example, you're working on a project, and you want to use a component more than once, or you want to use it twice, or whatsoever thing. So this component is the same component we have here, just that here the component comes with buttons. I'm feeling lucky button and the search section, whereas here it just comes as a search. So we will set that up, and obviously that will be done. And this footer here is the same footer we have in this first page here, in the landing page of Google here. So it's the same footer. So basically that's the idea behind components. You build one thing once and you use it across your application. All right, awesome. I'll just
That's
close
awesome.
that quick. Awesome. We have our app up and running.
Great, great. Yeah, for the WAF, two new people. Hello, Tefu. Hello, Bennett. Hello. Thanks for joining us. I hope you have a great time. We have Ezekiel
Hey,
joining us too.
Tafo, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you in, bro. Ezekiel from V Consulting. Welcome. It's an amazing time having you in here. He's
Yeah, we hope you have a great time,
he's a Java developer and all of that. So really, really glad to
Awesome.
have you around. Yeah. Yep. So this is once you've installed your Vue, once you've created your Vue project, this is the basic thing you see, like welcome to Vue, blah blah blah. So we will go ahead and tidy that up. All right. We will try to tidy that up and actually create our components. We'll start by in our component section, like I just explained what this structure. I mean, like I didn't finish explaining. In the router folder, we have a folder where we have a file, sorry, an index.js where we have all our routes. And in here, obviously, we import Vue, we import Vue router, and we import the views which we want to use in our app, right? And all of those views are actually in here. So think of it this way: you have the view. The view is basically like a page in a conventional way. You have like a page, and you build your pages, you slot in components, and you render you pass your view to, like for example, you import your view in the routes in such a way that if someone wants to access that particular view, he should hit a particular part. Like for example, if I want to access the about section, I should just hit I should just hit here. And I don't know if you guys can see, but here we have localhost 2.8080/about, right? Which is the about route. The default route is the home route, where we have the one slash and nothing. That's the default. So we are going to be setting that up, and here is basically setting up history, right? Like maybe when you're going through forward and back in your application, and yeah, and after talking about the route, we'll be talking about the store, which is our Vuex. Obviously, here we import our Vue, and then we import our Vuex, which is a state management framework for Vue JS. So we import that and we use that obviously here. Vue.use, we use our Vuex because if we don't use it here with Vue, it's not gonna work. So now with this now we have our states, right? We have our objects here, states, manipulation, action, and modules. All of this we're gonna cover it as we go on. Yeah. And in our views, we have like the basic view we're having right now. In the home section, this. We have this here. We're importing the hello world component in the components slash hello world dot view, right? And when we import that component, we have to export the component before being able to use it here, right? That's just a basic example. So let's go straight to what we are to do. So I will start tidying this up real quick. Our hello world component here, I would just start cleaning all of this, and in here I'll just comment this out so we don't fall into errors, just so we don't get errors, random errors. And here we'll set up our components in here. We will create our first component, which is our app bar.view. In here we are going to load in our app bar section like we saw in the one we showed you at the beginning of the live. So we'll be loading all of that in here, and we also need a footer. All right, we need a footer dot view. We all know the extension of view is dot view. So, yeah. And we need a result page. All right, result page dot view. And what else do we need? I think we need a search component, a component which we're gonna call each time we want to, like, that search bar, like the Google search bar kind of thing. Like if I hit Google, so this is the normal Google we know of. So this search, I want to make it a component so it will be much more easier for us. All right, search and sorry, search dot view. Yeah, awesome. So we have all of those set up, which is amazing. And
Yeah, that's great, bro.
yeah, we would mind setting up as well our result page. In our home page here, we just tidy things up a little bit. We just remove this, which is the logo, which the view logo, which I just removed. And we obviously be setting up as well. We'll be setting up a couple of views. Well, I think just one view because obviously the home page, like the Google home, is going to be, we're going to call those components in here in the home dot view. So we need a results dot view page. Awesome. I think we have all of them set up already. Yeah, so we will mind starting the with the app bar. Again, guys,
Okay,
if we're going fast, just let us know so we can slow down.
great.
We will start with the app bar here. So at the level of the app bar, we all know that this the view structure goes as
Hey,
such.
Foche, big love coming your way. You have Mr. Heavy greeting you. Heavy, thanks for
Heavy,
joining us. Great.
thanks for joining us, bro. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a
Thanks for
lot.
joining us. Yeah,
Then
thanks for joining.
Ninja X or XS Ninja, thanks for joining us. You have not
Yeah,
missed a lot.
you have
We
not
just
missed a
starting
lot. Like,
actually. We
yeah, we
wasted a
just
lot of
started.
time setting up the project, so you have the opportunity to watch everything of it.
Yeah, yeah. So you can just continue. Like, we're just setting up the various components we'll be needing for the project. So, yep, yeah. I was trying to talk about um I was trying to talk about I was
You're
trying to
setting
talk
up the
about the
app bar.
basic structure. Yeah, the basic structure of a Vue app before I set up my app bar. Yeah. So the basic structure of a Vue app is we have a template section, we have the styling section. All right, guys, it is as easy as it is, and we have a JavaScript section. We have a scripting section. All right. This is all. This is the basic structure of a Vue JS application. If you're working on a Vue JS app, right? So in here, we will have to set up our various. We'll have to set up our various elements inside. So we might we might put that in a div. Thinking of a div, we'll put that in a div here, and in here we can just name it a header, right? Because then we're trying to replicate this, guys. We're trying to replicate this header right here. All right, so header right here. Thinking of a header right there, and also we might want to wrap, say, these are we notice these are I think this are these links. Yeah, these are links. So generally in Vue, we might want to wrap those in router link. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, router link is routing to, for example, I would say it's routing to the default, which is the home, obviously, and we close our router link. You have for Gmail like this, and here we just copy paste this like that. Here it should be images. Yeah, and here we might want to wrap that. We might want to wrap this in a sort of a div. Yep, and we should try to load these icons, right? These two icons here. So far, we can't see anything because we haven't actually imported that component, so it's not a big deal. So we have that in the div there, and I'm not sure. Did we install Vuetify? I'm not sure we did install Vuetify because we actually do need Vuetify for the project. Hello? 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 I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, let me know in the comment section because it's quite. Hello? We have Longla,
Yeah,
we
we
have.
have someone new joining us. We have
Yeah,
Yogan Roy Van Jules. Thanks for joining us, bro. Thanks, that's
thanks
cool.
for joining us. Yeah, Evie is right there. Evie is right there, right there, right there. Thanks, bro.
Cool,
Thanks.
cool,
Thanks for
cool.
joining. Thanks for joining. So we actually did forget one thing. We actually had to install Fi. All right. So we will hit View. So we're adding it as a plugin kind of thing. So here, if I check here, I should see. No, there's no plugin. So we hit view, view add beautify. Awesome. So just a few moments. So I add beautify and we're ready to go because we actually need beautify for this project. I hope you guys are live. I hope you guys are coding along with us because this will be crazy. This is gonna be crazy, guys. This will be crazy. I don't know what's going on with my internet recently. It's quite slow.
It's Cameroon, bro. We all feel that.
That's crazy. But they can't stop us though.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, uncommitted changes. Um, this repository is currently commit the changes. Okay, I have to commit my changes first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I just add them to staging area and hit commit. Let's write something random. First commit and should be able to add this now. I don't know, it hasn't changed here. Okay, okay, good. Awesome. So we should be able to install Beautify now. So we're setting up our Beautify. Hopefully we should be able to install that. Pardon us for the connection if it's not really stable. Connection is not the best. Gosh.
Seems network over there is really poor.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm still trying though. Oops. Okay, it's almost done. It's almost done. Okay, so we have to restart the server. I'll just restart the server. Run serve. What the hell is going on?
Wow, wow.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. What the hell is going on? I think we have our view set up. If any of you guys know what's going on, just let me know, please. I mean, I should be able to start my server. Why the hell am I not able to start my server? Hmm, that's weird.
Some real weird stuff.
Yeah, really weird stuff, man. Okay, let me try starting it from here. Beautify is still installing. That's weird. Oh, Beautify was still installing. God, I almost freaked out. Oh God. Hopefully, after installing this, we should be able to. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess this time will be okay.
yeah, I guess so. Because Beautify was still installing.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. I'm just waiting. that much time. Gosh, awesome, awesome, awesome. We're done
Yeah, like
installing.
it's finally done it.
Yeah, hopefully we shouldn't get this error. Hopefully. We're trying running it again and see what we get. Starting the development server. Again, if you're watching this, if you're watching this live, maybe after we've done this live and all of that, and you think this whole thing is like really waste a kind of like wastage of time, like running into bugs and all of that. That's, I would say that those are the realities. We are never 100% prepared. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah, sure. That's it happens.
yeah, yeah. So if you're following this video later on at a later time, feel free to skip this part anytime. Yeah. So I'm starting the development server right now. Meanwhile, I can head over to my I can head over to my app.view while it's starting my development server. I head over to my app.view and I continue doing what I was doing. So we need a div here, and I'll probably give them a class. Probably give this div a class of maybe something like menu um, item underscore menu. Just, I don't know, to like identify that particular menu, because here um, we will have an icon. We will have a V icon, which is a sort of beautify icon here. Is so is material design icon kind of thing. So I'll just copy paste that. Yeah, and we should have another here. So just copy something like this, or something like this, just to differentiate between these two, because then I might have to style that. And here we need an account kind of thing. So it should be here, account here. Yep. And I think that's it. And here, since the account section here is kind of like a little bit larger than, if you look at it, it's a little bit larger than we'll just put the default account, not the user's profile. Actually, it's a little bit larger than this, so we just have to maybe use um, props, so Vitify kind of thing. Just large. Boom. There we go. So we wait for this to run. So hopefully shouldn't have any error, anything so far. Awesome. We have Beautify. This is all what we just installed and all of that. So we will go back and try to clean that up, tidy that up. So if you're working on this video, if you're watching this live, maybe at a later time, if you can install Beautify before you actually clean or tidy up this mess, it would be really helpful, because then all of this came back. Hello world.view came back, and yeah, Okay, we have view has been called here. So I have to clean this up. And we'll have to comment this out sure just to make sure we don't run in any bug or something. Yep, that's fine now. Hopefully we should have something. Yep, I think everything is clear now. So what we want to do now is to we want to like kind of like import that app bar in our app.view, because it's from our app.view that we can actually set up our router view, because we want a situation where we'll just be routing throughout that application, and we don't want to actually load anything, like a single page app kind of thing. So we'll have that there. Want to wrap this in a div with put div if it maybe would just give it an idea of just an idea of app whatever. Yeah, just clean this up, and we'll have in here we need we need to first of all import our app component here. Just implement this. We need to import our app component here. That that this way, and we should also be able to give this in the if, like the app section, a class of maybe I don't know nav. In these classes, just attributing them now, they will definitely be useful later. And then I call for my component. I call for my component. That's weird. Oh, just wait for it to load. Okay, awesome. Yep, we already have something. Though it looks, I don't know if you guys can see it. This is it here. It looks kind of childish, but we're going to style all of that and make it look appealing, make it look like Google, obviously. So we go back to our code, and in our app.view, being in our app.view, we try to we make sure everything is set. Like for example, here I want to, let's say I'll give it a class menu item, and I just want to make sure, okay, it's a menu, or okay, it's a link, because I want to distinguish this from the actual icons, so I can style them later on. So I just copy paste this here, is that there. Here we'll have just this way, and yeah, I think this is pretty much it. So I think this is pretty much it with this one here. So
Oh, cool.
we have all of this. It's actually, it looks lame, but yeah, definitely get there. So
So I guess for now you were setting up the routes to those different pages actually.
yeah, no, actually, I was working on the components, and we have
Okay, good.
what I was doing is I was trying to make sure that the app bar component is being called in an app.view, because that's like the parent of all the other components of view.
Components. Okay, great,
Yeah,
good.
I was trying to make sure that, because if we have that imported here, then all the rest would just be called. If we switch maybe views or whatsoever thing, it's not the app bar is not going to change. It's just going to be the same thing. Yeah. So here, I think that's that. And it actually looks cool, but we need some CSS. So we'll have to get our hands dirty to write some CSS code. So what we want to do is we want to shift it. We want to make sure that okay, it goes to. We want to make sure that it goes to our right. So what we will do is we should make sure we pick that class. First thing we want to do is pick the class, and we should have a display flex, right? Again, see what the display flex does, right? See what it does. The display flex simply put that on one line, right? It just makes it um, instead of it being on a column, it makes it puts it on a row. So once we have that display flex, we have a couple of other stuffs we're adding in, like I'll just copy paste this. We have a font size. We want the font size to be 13 so that it can be as small as Google, and we want the color to be appealing. And I actually copied this color from Google, so from Google's font colors. So that said, I think we have it already here. All right, we have it here, and yeah, looks pretty neat to me. Yeah. So the next thing we might want to do is we might want to have, if there's anyone in the comment section, let me know. Yeah, we might want to give a padding top to our element so it's not up, like really up, close to maybe our search bar of our browser or something. So we pick that, and we have our padding top here. We might want to give it to 7 pixels and give a padding of maybe 5 pixels or something. I don't know, just so it's not that close to each other. It is like the way it was.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I think we're already
Yeah.
getting some. I
It
think
immediately
we're
looks
already.
better.
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. So we might want to select the first menu, the apps like this. We might want to pick this because we want to style it. So we will, what we will do is we will copy this and just to call it there, just call it there like that. I have to do that, and we might have to give it a padding of 13 pixels, and yeah. So put it this way, so then it can get access to the particular class inside that same class tag. So that said, we also might want to have our links ready, right? We might want to have our links ready, so we should like styling of our links and making sure it doesn't touch the top so much and all of that. So we should have something like this: dot menu dot link, oh, not this link, and this menu. This awesome. We might want to give it a padding top of padding top of let's say 16, 16 pixels, 16 pixels. See what we get. Oh, that's weird. Let's see what we get. Awesome. Awesome. We're having this right here. So there's actually an issue because we want this to come down a little bit because then it's not presentable. It's not like the same like what Google has. So we might want to have that. Navida 13 there and having a 13 there. Link. Yeah. Okay. Oh, menu. I didn't spell that menu well. A move. Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully we should have something. That's weird. Oh, okay. So I think right now there's something not really that bad, but I mean, we have
Yeah,
something.
this
And also,
it's kind of similar to the original.
yeah, and also we want to be able to disable this default underlining and coloring and all of that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So we will hit straight forward to the code, and we will have to select the A, which is an anchor tag. We want in such a way that like if we visit the page, we shouldn't change because Google, once you visit like that particular tab, Google doesn't change. It doesn't like if I go here, images, Google, Gmail, whatsoever thing, and I come back, Google doesn't tell me that okay, you visited this page and maybe styles that. So we want to have that element too in our code. So we'll use um visited. This was a visited here, and I don't know if you guys can hear me. Network, my network is a mess. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, 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 I'm with you, bro. I felt that.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Yeah, so we have that, and we might want to change the color. We will be using um our BGA, which is a red, green, blue. Then we have the alpha here, which is going to help us to like um add in some um extra extra color. Some So we want to pick as well a tag, and the a tag we want to keep it the same way it is, right? We want to keep it the same way it is, and we don't want to underline when we hover. So we will pick a hover and X decoration. What's going on? X decoration. Oh God. Decoration. Yeah, we actually want to underline because it's we underline some the real Google. So yeah, it's actually still loading. Awesome. Can you see what we have here? Yeah, when I hover over it,
Seems we've
it
still
actually.
got some network issues.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear
yeah, I'm
me?
with you, bro.
Okay. So I was saying that if you look here, you're going to see like if I zoom in, you'll see when I hover, we have those the underlining and it doesn't change. any color or whatsoever thing. So yeah, that's actually what we're trying to achieve there. So what next we'll be working on is next thing we'll be working on is I think we should try to work on since we already have this set up, we should try to work on the search component. I think that's really gonna be cool for us to touch the search component. So we will go to, we're done with the app bar component, all right? This is basically all we need, and with all this styling. So if you go to the search component, what we will be doing in our search component is we will have a lot of code in our search component. First, we will try to build just the UI, just the design and all of that. So I would set up my template. Generally love to script. Generally love to set up all of this before I even start. So and also this scope thing, it simply just says that all of the CSS that is to be written in this block of code should be scoped just to this component, meaning that any bit of CSS code which is written in here should just be accessible in the search.view component. If you remove this, you should be able to write CSS here and give maybe classes in CSS in another component and write the CSS in another component. So generally, I love keeping it clean, short, and simple. So I have that in here. So here, as I've had everything set up, everything set up here. I will want to create a form because obviously we'll need a form since that search functionality, that search bar, it's actually we're receiving data. So we got to have a form. So we should have a form here, and we might want to um, put in some maybe put in span or something. It doesn't really matter. Span, and I want to have like a div here. All right, I want to have like a div here where I'm going to load in my where I'm going to load in put a class of and maybe a class of search. All right, class of search, which in here I'm going to use Beautify v text field. You can get that from the documentation, which is simply a tag which we use with Beautify to like kind of get the content style already. All right, so I'll use this v text field. Close this. Close this. In here, I want to have a couple of things, a couple of props actually. Be passing in because we'll try to like have the microphone on it and like append this basically you want to append the props will passing on to the component by default. With Beautify, you have this APIs pass on to the component. So you would pass app icon, you pass the icon MDI material design icon, pass in there, then prepend this inner, and we want this to be rounded and solo. So yeah, and after that we want to have our buttons. So we should have our buttons here. Lana, are you with me? We should have our buttons here. Plus, then we can have let's say just name it action buttons whatever, just a class name. And here we want to have something like a v. You guys with me? Hello. Okay, you're hearing me. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
Yeah. Okay, so here I want to have something like a V button, um, just like V button BTN. Again, this is Vuetify type. We want it to be a submit, so we would set the type to submit because we want when the user clicks on submit, we submit that data. And um, here we will have a class button. Just give it a class in case I want to style that like this. Then I want it to be pressed. Pressed. I want to have any shadow or something. That's basically what I mean. Yep. So given that, I can come down here and close my button and pass in the name like Google search or something. I don't know. Just use what we have on Google. Okay, we don't have any error yet. We don't have any error yet. Okay, and also we want to, when the user clicks on this, we want to call a function called maybe search, which we're going to create a little bit later on. We're going to create a little bit later on here. And after this is done, copy paste this so I can have a feeling good kind of thing. So this won't be a submit, or there won't be any function being called once everything. It'll just be a button, just a button feeling. I'm feeling lucky. Feeling lucky button here. And if we want to have this offered in English, Francais, offered in blah blah blah. So you want to have that beneath, and yeah, we will have that here. We will just call for a div, close our div here, and try to give it a class because I think we definitely need to style that. And also in Beautify we have this Beautify classes, like it's kind of like Bootstrap, which you can just pass in and it does what it does. Like for example, what I'm going to use here, say margin top MT, like margin top, and maybe margin bottom, and you put slash, you put the value entered 16 max and 0 minimum. So you just pass that in. You just give the margin or padding or whatever thing you're trying to do. So I want this to be maybe um, margin 8, of which I'll name it maybe lang, just to say it's a language kind of thing. So I want it to be kind of like this way, right? So I would have like offered in, and I'll have français here. Remember, we need to have a route here because it's kind of like a link or something. All right, awesome, awesome. I think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what we'll be doing. And also, we will have to make this component kind of um, reusable. We'll make this component reusable component. So what we will do now is we will try calling for that component inside our um, our view. and in that view, we will call for it in the home. All right. So if we come over to our home.view and we try to call for the search component. So if we start with this search search component, I export the search component. I call for my search component here. I think that'll be pretty much it. Just waiting for it to load. Yeah, and we check on the UI if we have anything. Normally, it's a reactive kind of thing. It normally has to just load, you know. So we are not seeing our component, which is weird. I think it's really weird. This is our component. That's weird. Having an error. That's weird. We have a component there. In here, we have this. Oh, we actually need to set our view, our kind of like our router view or something here because not there in our app.view because then we cannot see that view, right? We cannot view that view. Sorry for the totally. So router view. I'll set my router view there, and in here we should have a div. Yes, we should have a div for the footer. We're going to add in letter. Hey, that's all. It should be okay now. I think it should be good now. Awesome. Here we are. Here we are. We have it here. Now, one thing is, okay, here it says, okay, it says this because we haven't written the method yet that will handle the search and everything. So this is what we have currently. So what I'm going to do is we need to get this Google image kind of thing. I'll put image in your tab. We need to get this Google image, and uh, we need that Google image to like kind of like put it inside our code or something. Yeah. So if we come to our home here, in our home.view, we should be able to like kind of like we should be able to structure our home.view, and I think it's better we wrap this in a v container. V container. Lan, are you with me? Right, quiet. And we want to have, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat section. So we want to have a V column here. So V column is part of Beautify kind of thing. So we want to have a V call here, and we set our call here like 12, just for it to be a little bit responsive, and set our um, empty to like, let's say, okay, yeah, here, okay, awesome. Like MD to 6 here. And we might want to give it a class of maybe, let's just say body underscore input. Yeah, that works. Awesome. And we might want to close this. And in here, we might want to call for um, image HTML tag here. Image HTML tag, which is a self-closing tag, of course. And we're passing the source to the link we copied from Google here. And we just give it a class, man. Like, seriously, who doesn't want a class? Um, because we might want to style that later on. So, the way it's fine though. And maybe I'll always advise to put an out message like Google logo or whatever. Doesn't matter. And here, it's important as well. It's be cool if we have another call here. And in here, we can have one search component like this. So I think that's pretty much it. I think that's pretty much it, guys. Awesome. We're starting to get something. I don't know why Dylan is not responding. I don't know where he is. What's what's going on? Okay, LV, you can hear
Actually,
me. Awesome.
with you, bro. I'm actually mesmerized, bro.
Okay, awesome. LV is here. They're getting me fine, good. So we're actually having the feel, like this is awesome. This is really awesome. So yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, you can see, well, all the components are in place for now. That's as I see, I have your footer, the base. Yeah.
And also, I make mention of the fact that we can make this result.view kind of a reusable component, because we don't want to create two components for the search section. And like for Google, this is the first component, and maybe when once you search something like this, right, this other one is another component. We don't want that. That's pretty bad practice. So we want to be able to use these components so many times. So what do? It's quite easy, guys. Just follow my lead. Um, to do this, you will just have to come here and in your search component, you just have to come here and put in an if statement, right? But before putting the if statement, you need to be able to pass props. All right. Um, Passing data props is like you're passing data from a parent component to a child component. So to be able to do this, we will come here inside our export. We will make sure we are receiving some props. All right. We'll make sure we're receiving some props, and our props is an object, which here we need obviously to have. We obviously need our data because we might need it later on. Return, um, return nothing, just for precautionary reason. In here, we can pass maybe a props value to say, okay, show button, show buttons, and we have to pass the type. So this is a boolean because it's either true or false, right? So we need to pass a type which is um, boolean, right? Dylan, boolean,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, because we obviously it's either true or false. No other thing. So we have that there, that set up there, and the next thing we want to do is we want to we want to check if the user has passed a prop. All right, show buttons. Like if you say show buttons, it means that you want to show the buttons. What buttons are we talking about? We're talking about these buttons here, this Google search and I'm feeling lucky buttons. So if the user pass props
Yeah.
show buttons, right, we show the buttons. But if the user doesn't pass that, we don't show the buttons. We just show him the search section. So to do that, we will come here and we will need to have a v if, all right, we check if the user passed in that value, all right. If it passed in the show button,
Yeah. If you pass the props.
yeah, if it passed the props show button. So if you pass the prop show button, eventually what we want to do is we want to show the buttons. But if he doesn't pass show buttons, what will happen if he doesn't pass show buttons? If he doesn't pass show buttons, what we want to do is we will need to have an else section here. And the else section is simply a section, the same code. It's just the same code, right? It's the same code with no buttons, right? Just the same code with no buttons. So we do that, come here, we refresh. You see, it's blank, right? It doesn't nothing. It doesn't show buttons. So if you come right here now, where do we actually call that search? So if you come in our home, and because we want the search button, right? Because we want our search button, the buttons like search and feeling lucky, we would say show. Okay, we'll pass show buttons receives true, right? So if we're passing that show buttons receives true, we're simply meaning that it should show us the buttons, right? So if you come here, we refresh, we should be able to see the buttons. Here we are.
Oh,
And if
great,
we
great, great, great.
if we don't pass anything, we will not see the buttons. All right. Awesome. So we are all
Yeah,
set
yeah.
with that one. So our search, everything looks great, neat, everything looks slick. I can see it that way. Yeah. Do we have anyone in the comment section? Zelan, are you with me? Hello.
Yeah, we have Brandon that just joined us a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah. Hi,
Hi,
Brandon.
Brandon. Hope you're doing good, bro.
Yeah. I hope you're doing great. Thanks for joining, man. Thanks for joining. So we have that set, we have this already set. So now what we want to do is we want this to look more appealing because it's quite crappy right now. It's quite crappy. All right, so we will have this. So we'll get back to our code since we'll have this set up already. The next thing the next thing we'll be working on is we'll be working on trying to make that look kind of like beautiful and all of that. All right. We'll be working on our search.view component, adding in some CSS, making it look neat and slick. Okay. So we want to target our action button. So just copy this action buttons, just pick that, and we want to target the buttons in there, and we will need a margin um, of 5 pixels, um, padding just so they are not too close to each other, padding of 7 pixels and 15 pixels right there. And in here as well, we need a background, right? We need a background. So we're actually styling the buttons, which are where are the buttons. So we're styling this in this. So we're picking this, precising that we want to style all the buttons inside the action buttons. All right. So, yep. So we have that. And I'll just copy paste this just so we can see it. All right. So we have that this colors and all of that. And in here, we should be able to pick the action buttons again to work on the hover, because if we come back here, we should be able to have our action buttons on ready. So we have our action buttons up and ready, but it doesn't look or feel like Google. Like when you hover, like you see the borders are quite looks neat, but ours is really a mess now. It's a mess. So we will come back here and try to fix that. Just copy, and we use a sudo property hover. Um, we want that when they hover, right? When the user hover, we want to set. Oops. When the user hovers, we want to set a. User hovers, we want to set a box shadow, and we want to set the background image, which we're using WebKit repeating linear gradient for it to look like the actual Google, and setting the backgrounds and the border as well, one solid to this particular color, and that. So once we save that, come here, refresh. Hopefully, it should look good. Make the need now. So I don't know if you guys can see, but when I hover, it looks quite a little bit, maybe even if it's not like 100%, but it looks a little bit like the original Google. So yep, we'll be solving the rest as we move forward. So we come back here, new button. This is not button. Yeah, this is button, not buttons. This is button. This half, yeah, buttons. Button. Awesome. Yeah. So if I refresh, yeah, you see it now has the look. Now has the look of like the actual Google kind of thing. When you hover, this is the actual Google, by the way. And yeah, we having the look. It's coming to life. And we also want to style this lang. We want this lang to be kind of small as well. Okay, so we want that lang to be kind of small as well. And we, you notice that at first it was uppercase. Let me comment this. Let me cut this. It was uppercase, right? Because it gives you this in uppercase kind of way. Like if I refresh, um, beautify it automatically gives you an uppercase, but to like bring it down to lowercase, we use the text transform inherit. Since its parent it's in lowercase, it will just inherit its parent, initial, sorry, not inherit, initial. So initial simply means that the first letters will have to be in capital letters. So if I save that and refresh, see the first letters. Yeah. So if I do
Yeah,
that,
yeah. It's kind
you
of,
want
yeah.
to style the language as well. So we'll just say lang, since we already gave that there. Font size 13 pixels. All right. We want to make that font size look kind of cleaner. Um, and um, this is for the href on the buttons, just to make sure we don't have any styling issue or whatsoever thing. All right, so we just hover or whatsoever thing, because definitely we're going to have like a route to another component. So we want this to be text decoration to none. All right, so now our search is quite large. We want it to be like what, like the size we want, so we just style that as well. Search. Um, we want our max width to be 100%. As if it has a maximum, it should be 100%. All right, and yep. So that's it. Awesome, awesome. So I believe we should have something in place. Good. So you enter whatever thing you want to enter. You insert or whatever. Actually, it kind of looks like the original logo. Let's see. Yeah. So after this is done, we see it's kind of like a little bit responsive, not 100%, but it's a little bit responsive. Now we want to make this come to the center. We want it to look neater than what we have there. So how do we actually do that? We will come back to our home here, and we will have to style our home in here. So we will have our style body, input container, right? Container, and we want it to be like kind of like auto, like want the margin left to be auto and the margin right to be auto as well. And as well here, we want to style the Google logo. Remember, we gave it a class, so we want to style the Google logo as well. We have a padding top, one 5 pixels. Right, we want to give it a 1 5 pixels, 105 pixels. Awesome. So we hit refresh. Yeah, we see it's actually it's now in the middle or something. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole, yeah.
Yep. So for this, it didn't actually go down because I made a mistake here. I made a mistake.
Yeah,
Three.
the class name was kind of wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. So here, yeah, we have it now here. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome. So now we have something like this. We have something like that, and that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much it. And now we will be trying to we'll try to make sure that this actually looks good, like this is, right? So we will try to do that. Mhm. So we will try to do that. We will go to I think here is pretty neat, I guess. Here everything looks neat. Um, we want to have um, we want to have here we want to have like our app bar. We want to start. Let's let's try to style our app bar there. There's this default styling that comes with style scope. So we want to style this. Oh no, it's go a little bit fast. Just paste this here and in here. We can start a nav as well. It we should have like a margin top of, I don't know, like 10 pixels something. Awesome, awesome. We can see now we have,
Yeah, yeah, that's it actually. It looks so
yeah,
much like the real one now.
yeah, awesome, awesome. So we can see that's actually it actually has, like, I don't know about you, but it looks like kind of like the real one. Then here we'll need to have the footer. The footer will have to be tilted a little bit downward or something. Right.
Yeah, it's just the footer that's moved down now, kind of.
Yeah. Yep. And also we want to disable whatsoever thing. Like, it's also really important to do it like kind of globally. So or disable visited a on hover or whatsoever thing. So we don't have any issues when we're working. So if you look at it, it looks kind of like Google, though it's not exactly Google, but looks kind of like Google. So that said, hold on, just trying something out. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we are setting everything to the center here. All right, we're setting everything to the center with the color, and we want the margin to be not too close to the top of our page and all of that. So, yep, we have everything set up, and I think the last thing we have to work on, because I think pretty much is a little bit responsive, though it's not 100% responsive, but looks good to me. What about you, Dylan? What do you think? I think it looks pretty neat. So the next thing I think we should be working on is the footer, which we already created a component, the footer component in there. Do we have anyone in the comment section? Anyone in the comment section saying anything? Zulan, are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome, awesome. So we have that way, and the next thing we want to do is we will want to set up our footer, this like the footer section part of it. All right. So what we were going to do is we will um, go to our component, create our template, like the usual thing, create our template, and we want to wrap that in a div with a class of, I don't know, whatever footer, right? Your class footer, and I want to close that div here. And Vitify has this role column thing, so I'll just use Vitify's role, right? Since the footer is going to be in a sort of a role kind of thing, if you look at it beneath here. So I will come back here because I wanted to make it in such a way that it's kind of like in a role kind of thing.
Oh, give me the
Yeah,
give me.
give me a second. Give me a second. Putting my PC on charge. Okay, awesome. Can you hear me? So, so that said, I hope you all can hear me. That said, I'll give it a class. I'll give it a class, not footer again, um, because I want the text to come to the left. So I'll give it a text left, and I want the text to pop to the left. So I'll have that way. And in here, I will need to have a V column, and then here we'll have a div. So in here, I want to have a class, um, like I was talking about margin left. You just write ML, then you put the figure, right? Margin left, and calls, like set the columns to 6 here, and for small screens, obviously 3, and for medium screens to 5. Right? Sounds great, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then in here, I want to have like a class where I have a padding all PA, padding all of two, because then I don't want it to be choked, too choked up. And I'll have an outline which is the props I'll passing behind, kind of like a beautify kind of thing. It will. And here you can put the location like I don't know, a non-locational Cameroon or Cameroon, Cameroon there, and that's it here. Once we're done with this one, if we go back here,
Kind of an error.
you should be able to see what we have already. Oh, we haven't we haven't imported the component, so I guess we should have to go to our app.view and import our component. Import our component per per and we export the component here before we can be able to use it in here. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, we're having an error. Awesome. I think we're good to go. So if I refresh, we should be able to have this in here, like Cameroon here. All right. We have all this part already set up, and here we have Cameroon. All right. Good thing. And
Yep.
now we'll go back to our footer component and continue. So once we get back in here, we'll have our V row. We'll need to create another row, of which in here we'll need to state like a class because we definitely need a class to like style the content and all of that. Footer, links, um, like those links beneath, all these links here. About
The about
advertising,
advertising business.
yeah, all of those links. So I'm wrapping that in a row because then the location is the first row and beneath we have that. So I'll be wrapping that in here, and here we have I'll specify no gutters. No gutters. This is just a beautify thing. This is a beautify kind of thing to say. Okay, you guys shouldn't be too close to each other. Um, you guys should be a little bit too close to each other. Sorry. V um V call. After I set up that, after I've set up that, I want to set up my V call here. All right, my V call. I have my calls just to make it a little bit responsive. 12 small screens. Oh, that's not what I need. Small screens 5, medium screens. I want to have like 10, just so it's kind of a little bit responsive. And all of this, I want to be able to wrap them into a div in, yep, another div where I'll have a class of I want to path all. I don't want it to be too choked up. Margin left, my margin left, putting 5. I want a margin left of 5, and just add a class of links because obviously we might need that. And here as well, outline title here like this, and inside here I want to have all of this. All right, I want to have all of the links, like advertising, business, about how it works, and all of that. And um, out of that, I'm going to set up another column we call here, which in here I will have um, set up my calls here to be 12 are the normal calls, and here I'll set up my medium size screens to be 2, and small screens to be 5. All right, that I want to wrap all of those inside inside a div, another div, inside a div, like the privacy. This is like the privacy thing on Google, where we have privacy terms, service settings, and all of that. So I'm having that. I'll definitely need a class, and I want to put all 3 here, and I need to have links, same class, and I need an additional links to precise that, okay, this one is for the links in the right. What am I doing? Gosh. This one is precise. Okay, this is the links in the right. So I have links right like this, and of course I want to have here no outline, title, outlined, not outlined, outlined, past tense. Yep. And in here, I want to have all the privacy policy kind of thing. All of everything related to privacy, like privacy terms and settings, exactly as we have on Google, right? So I think that's pretty much all. Um, if I refresh, if I refresh this,
It's me.
we should be able to see something. So this is actually data, but we need to actually style it. This is the data. The data is there, but we need to actually style that data. So we will come here and open a new file, of which here we will start with the footer. Yeah, and we need to have a color like this just to save time. Copy paste this. We need to have a color. So what we are simply saying here is we want the background color to be, we want the color, sorry, the color of the text to be this color, and the font size 14.5 pixels, the background to be this background, and borders, we need borders, border top, which is actually what we have on Google here, this border tops, this border top. So we need that, and position absolute so it can come below. It can position absolutely to our content, and bottom 0 so it can come below, and the width obviously 100%. And in here we should style our links right. We want our links right. We want, okay, like that. We want our links right. We want our padding left to be like 10 pixels, right? And we want the normal links. We want to display flex, all right? Um, display flexing because we want it to be on the same row like we did for the header here. So we have that. You don't get the point, right? We have this now like this, and it's just at the bottom, right? So if we zoom in, zoom out, it will remain at the bottom, right? Awesome. So
Yeah.
we we now need to
I
work
think what's left
on,
now is the spacing, the padding
yeah,
and things.
yeah. But first, I think, yeah, we need to work on the padding. So I want to pick this, like I'll pick this exact same thing, but I will select the anchor tags in it, and um, I'm going to do a padding right to like padding right, set it to 20 pixels to like make it not too close. No, 20 pixels, not too close, and obviously we will have our footer footer links. Our footer links here, the one beneath. So we'll have our footer links in here like this, and we want to justify the content to um, space between. We want the content to have an equivalent space between each of them, and we need our borders, like the border top. I'm trying to work on this line here. I don't know if you can see it, this line here. I don't know. I just clicked. Oh gosh. Yeah, this line here, this little tiny line, I'm actually trying to work on. And so would say border top, since it's at the top, um, 1 pixels solid, and we need color for this. So we'll just copy paste this color here. Here's our 1 pixels. Oops. Here's 1 pixels. And again, we make sure anchor tags and whatsoever thing are not affected by our movements. So we remove text decoration on the line. We remove on hover. We want to underline, of course. Sorry, and on hover we override that. We don't want when we visited we turn it to like pink or something. So we set the visited to this. So if I refresh this, so if I refresh this, we have this, guys. We have that. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. That looks good.
Sorry about, sorry about that. So
Yeah, that
here
looks
we
good.
go. We have our page set up. I mean, like this is crazy. We have our um, the responsiveness is not the best, but I mean, like pretty good, not bad, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that is very good. Yeah.
so
Yeah, I'm
now,
getting you. I'm getting you clear, bro.
yeah, awesome. So now what we'll be working on is we'll be working on getting we're working on getting the result page set up. All right, since we already have this the home page
Yeah,
is
yeah.
already set up, footer and everything is already set up. So we'll be working on getting the result page set up.
Oh, cool.
So for our result page, we'll hit forward to the result section, and the usual thing, um, templates. We're going to set up the template here, and obviously I want to set up the script as well. Here I want to set up the style. Let's go. Yep. And right, I love setting this before I start starting the work. So here, obviously, I want to wrap things in a div. Again, guys, if you're working on something like this, if you're wrapping this like your template, if you have it this way, for example, all right, and you can't do this like you create a div and you come here, you create another div. In Vue 2 it's not possible. You get an error, which is pretty bad. So you will have to wrap everything in your parent component. That's the reason why you see me wrapping everything a lot in a div or a span or whatsoever thing, depending on what I want. So I will need a div in here like this, where I would definitely need a class just to like style the content. I would say header, right? Because I need a header where I'll be able to put in, for example, if I come to the real Google night code with bro, right? This thing here, this YouTube, this Google logo, this little logo we have here, I need to be able to like place that right there. So that said, what I'm going to do is I'll have this set up like this, and I'll have to wrap that in another div with a class of I'll need a padding left of 10 and a padding right of 10 as well, so it's not too close to the search component, and a margin top of 2. All right. So that said, I'll close my div. What is happening? Okay. So that said, I'll close my div, and in here I should have something like another div in here, which should have something like a class, because I would definitely need a class container. All right. And here I'll definitely have to put this like the image kind of thing, which is still a beautify thing, the img, which is a self-closing tag, and I'll pass my source. So I'll just basically copy the same logo and pass it in here. All right, this is basically the same logo. So I need a class in here just to make sure I can be able to access my Google logo results. And probably I need an alt as well. Google logo. Awesome. here I want it to contain, so I'll pass in a prop contain, which is a boolean from beautify. And all of this, I want it to be in such a way that when someone clicks, like if I come here, um, let me go import that real quick. The result page. Let me import the result page in here. So if I set up my component well, I should be able to have something like this. So I import my result page this way and I export it and I'm able to use it in here. So if I save this, I should be able to get it from here. Oh, I need to set up my route. So to set up my route, what I need is I need to go to my router in the router folder, the index.js, and from there I should be able to set up my route. So from here what I do is I simply have to import the results, right? I simply will have to import the result here, um, like the search result or whatsoever thing, because I'm actually wanting to go to the result section. So I'm importing the result and I'm naming it search or whatsoever. So I'm importing the result, and here I need to set up a path here. So I want that each time someone hits path with search, all right, you should go to the search component and which component do I want to call as this one here. Now instead of going to the search component, it has to go to the result component, not the search component. Just name it result. Results. Awesome. So if I come here, if I copy this, I come here, that's loaded. I come here and maybe I refresh and I hit slash search. Should be able to hit. I should be able to. This is what we're working on currently. We're working on the search section, and notice that this app bar doesn't. It doesn't. It's not a different app bar. It's simply the same app bar, just the content that changes. So yeah. So in here, this is the page we're actually working on. So we've just set up the. We're just from setting up the route, which is pretty easy, like you saw there. So after setting up the route, we get back to the result component, result page component, which once we get here, we try to make this this component, calling this, we try to call this the component, the search component, so that it should be able to display here as well. But nevertheless, what we have to do is we have to first of all style that that image so it becomes smaller, doesn't occupy that much space. So we'll say width, set the width to 100%. Right. Okay, awesome. Setting the width to 100%, and we also after setting the width to 100%, we have to we have to make that we have to call for the search component here. So we come here and just to make sure here, and we create a div where we'll be wrapping that component inside. So this div obviously should have a class and search section. So we're going to have a search section there, and we can call for, let's say, search component here. All right, so we will call for the search component in there, and we close there's that div. So let's even import that component straightforward. So we come here, we import the component, and we come over here, we say component, we have to export the component in here like this. Then we can be able to use a component here. Oh. Here like this. Awesome. So we should have something like this if you're watching. So since we didn't pass in show buttons, right? Like if you pass in inside here show buttons, you will see the buttons are going to pop up like this. If I pass in show buttons, like the way we find it, you see show buttons pops up when I pass in show buttons, but if I don't pass in show buttons, nothing would pop up. So that's a cool thing about it. So we have that way, and after setting up that the search section, what we want to do now is we want to create a whole new div, which is going to have a class of, like in here, still inside the parent div, we create a whole new div which we want to attribute a class of, I don't know, just header wrapper or something. And in here, this is where we want to display all the menus. All right, like this, all images, videos, maps, news, more, and whatsoever thing. That's where we actually want to display all of those. So that's where we want to display all of those. So the first thing we want to do is we'll need to have the first menu. All right, we need to have a parent component, like not a parent component, a parent div, like div that holds the menu. Nope. Class class menu, have a div here. We have a class here as well. We want to make sure that, okay, it's differentiated because we want this to be menu left, right? Menu left. Hello, are you guys making noise?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
And we want to have a div here as well. We want to wrap that in a div where we have a class of um, menu item, like because it's an item and maybe you want to have it maybe active. If it's active, want to have like active or something, and that way we we want to have an icon. Just paste that that way, all right? And the rest of them are basically going to be the same thing. I just copy paste this here and save. So the menu left has been done, and we need to handle the menu right. So we create a div which we have a class obviously, and we have a menu right. Our menu right is this one, this settings and tools. All right, we have a menu here, and in here we will have the settings and tools. All right, like this. Awesome. Awesome. And in here we would just say, okay, we want to have a div for the results. But in here we want to have a div for the results. So I have a class results, which is actually going to be the results gotten from Google,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I actually think this is the greatest part of it all because it's here you actually
Sorry.
see the power of the API.
Yeah, yeah, actually. So in here, I'll definitely have a class like this, results underscore count, because then I want to be able to display in the counts pt. Here I want it to be like um I'm trying to figure the padding and padding bottom as well, so it um doesn't go too close to the other ones. So here I'll have something like count, I don't know, whatsoever count. Let's say the count is gonna be there. And here, after we've done the count, we actually want to display the actual data. Say for example, the span data, data from Google. All right, awesome. So if I refresh, you will see that we have all of these stuffs set up, but then it looks a little bit weird because it's not well formatted or something. I don't know. Yep, it's not well formatted. Do we have anyone in the comment section? Hello? Hello? I don't know if you can hear me. Dylan, are you there? I don't know if you can hear me. Dylan,
Of
can you hear
course.
me? Okay. So, trying to figure out what's the issue with this image. That's weird. Trying to figure out what's the issue, like the big deal with that image. And also we want it to be in such a way that if we want to add a route link to, for example, like when you click on the logo, it should return to the default homepage. So I'll just add this. Just add that real quick. Yeah, awesome, awesome. You see, if I maybe come here, search, I pop on the search section, and if I click on this logo, it takes me back here, and I can come back and go for it as much as I want. Yep, you see, when I change the route, this changes as well. So I'm trying to figure out what's the issue with this image. Deal with this image. Awesome. I couldn't seem to. Oh no. About search. Okay, awesome, awesome. So now that we've had that, what I want us to do is I want us to work on the styling of this section. So head over to the code. Are you with me, Dylan? So we have our search section. Instead of writing all of this, I can just copy paste that. So I just want to make my search section a little bit neat. I'll just call my search section. I'll give it a width of, I don't know, like 700 pixels. Yeah, you see, I just gave it a width of 700 pixels and boom, it just reduced. So kind of cool. So we would work on the header. I'll pick the header, um, the header, and I would also pick the menu because then I want to apply a lot of CSS. I want to apply a single styling to all of this, so I have to pick all of them. I have to pick the menu, this menu. I'll say dot menu, and I also need a menu right menu right, and the menu left. All right. Okay, come on here. So I want to display flex. Remember, display flex from the first section where we wanted to display it on the same row. So we have this, something like this. We can see the changes. Yeah, we can see it's now on the same row here. And this thing has popped to this because we've actually reduced the size of that. Yeah. So we want to target as well the menu, because the menu and its items, because then we need to reduce some space between these guys and make them a little bit center in the middle. So we would do that by saying dot menu. We're picking our menu, and inside the menu we want to pick the menu item, and in the menu item we need to have a padding, and I'll give a padding of 10 pixels. And from our padding, I also want to give a padding, there's a little padding left, I suppose, of 20 pixels, so they don't touch each other. And I want to have the cursor too as well. I want to have the cursor to be a pointer. I want the cursor to be a pointer here, and here we need close, and here and that. Awesome. So let it finish loading. Awesome. So we have, if I refresh, all right, we should be able to have something like this. So if I point on something, it shows a cursor of pointer. If I point on any of this, it shows the cursor of pointer. Now we need to style the menu right, because we just styled the menu items right now. So to style the menu right, I want to first of all get into the menu, and I say menu, my menu right, and here I want to grab the padding left, padding left to, let's say, 71 pixels. All right, and the menu itself, which is this, I want to get the menu itself, which is this, to margin left to 1. I'm really bad at typing, gosh. Margin left, which is I'll set it to 190 pixels, and we'll set the font size. We need to set the font size to 12, so it's not that large. It's Google's it should be at Google standards kind of thing. And needs to style our header. So if we check what we have already, we should be able to have something pretty neat. I hope so. You see it's reduced and all of it. So if with this, we try to fix like this not to overlap later on. So we need to fix the header wrapper. So the header wrapper, we need to set the border bottom, sorry, to that, so that it's this line on Google. So we need to set the border button to that. Mhm. Okay. This set the border button to this. I'm using RBG again. I quite like using RBG. So that said, this should be okay. Awesome. You see, this actually
Yeah,
looks pretty good. Pretty good, right?
it looks like it actually.
Yeah. I'm so tired, man.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. It's not an easy thing. It's 2 hours, you know.
Gosh.
2 hours 50 practically because it's 2 hours 47 a couple of seconds. You know.
Wow. That's a lot, man.
Yeah.
That's a
But
lot.
we are almost done all the same. We are almost done preparing the both views. I think the next live will work on the
Yeah, I would definitely have
hosting
to
with
have another
Firebase and
line.
implementing of the APIs.
Yeah. So like this, let me see. What do we have left? We have to work on this active, like when you look at Google, you see when it's active, we have this green, this blue, sorry, blue thing down at the bottom. So want to have that here as well. So if I come here and I have to select that active here, this, because that's what I want to style. So I'll pick that and pick this right here, and I'll set it to this styling here. All right. So we'll have something like this. Awesome. Looks neat, right? Kind of like Google. Yep. So now we have to work on making the counts section a little bit um, like reduce the size and all of that. Let me even try copying the count, all of that from here, Google, and we'll just go straight paste it in our code. So this is going to be hard coded, as you can see. Sorry. Yep, here we are. So now we need to style the we're done with that being for the active part of things, where we had that border down. So now we need to pick the result count. Oh god. We need to pick the result count. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Something weird just happened. Um, Nazi is saying, "You still here?" Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm here. Um, yeah, it's really not easy, but I'm trying to keep things moving. It's really not easy. Yep. So, this is what we have right now, Nadi. For the moment, we're trying to push things up. We're done with this section, and we're trying to work on
Yeah, this
the
page is.
yeah, trying to work on here. So if we have this like this here,
I
oh,
think
Tafel,
except that I'm not
Tafel.
seeing right. The only problem on that page is the Google right.
Yeah, yeah, the Google. I mean, like it shouldn't. It shouldn't be an issue though.
Yeah, yeah.
Tafel is Tafel Bennett is saying here as well. So he's probably coding alongside with us. Yep,
So
that's
cool, bro.
amazing.
It's not an issue. What's important is you're here now.
Yeah. So so what do we have to work on now? We have to touch that logo. It looks pretty nasty. Gosh, I think I think we had to use um that logo looks really nasty. So I don't know, but I think if we look use if we try to use this, I don't know. This is probably what we should have used or something like that. I don't know. Oh, it's quite two different things. They're different. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice they're different. Oh, looks neat now. Looks really neat. Um, okay, but Google's is a little bit too smaller, so we'll
Yeah,
have to
it's true.
reduce
Google
that.
is a little bit smaller, but I think it can go. It's beautiful though.
Yeah, I mean this is the challenge, guys. When you're working like this, it's not easy because you would have to debug and something weird might happen on the way, and you have to debug and walk it through. So I'll try reusing the image from Beautify. Alright, so I'll try reusing view image from Beautify. And here, let's try to see what we get. Oh, almost thought it got missing. Oops. So if I can reduce it this way, I think it's better like this, right, Dylan? Like I'm using the dev tool here, right here. I'm using the dev tool to
Yeah.
like reduce and see it visually. Then I can just copy paste in my. I think it's better like this, right? So
Mm,
so
Google is
there's a
gone,
lot of
bro.
noise behind you. Okay.
It's like my internet connection is bugging a little bit. I'm not getting you quite fine.
Yeah, I'm saying there's noise behind you. Oops. Where was that supposed to be, by the way? Let me see. Okay, so if I can pick the Google, if I can pick Google that, and if I am able to style that, like give it a style, I don't know, um, box width of, I don't know, copy paste 140 or something, I don't know, just to check it out. So if I check this out, and yep, I can reduce the size here. Let's say 120. Google's is quite small. I'll just get it to 120 pixels. What do you think, Dylan? You think 120
Well,
is?
for me, it's perfect like this. Well, it's a clone. It's not supposed to be identical. This is ours, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
Because this it looks perfect. I don't see why we need to modify it. Footer
Okay,
looks good. The tabs at the top look good. It's perfect.
okay, awesome. So
Mm.
let's try to work on the result count. So after having, I love commenting my code a lot. Here and here, to work on the result count, I'll just go copy that as a result count. Okay, result count. If I copy this class here, paste it here. We need to reduce the font size, obviously, like 12 pixels, and its alignment, we need to push it to the left because then it looks really creepy like this. It looks really creepy the way it is here. So we need to push it to the left. So it's a text align. Nope. Text align left. And here we need this. Right here. And we need the width. I would say 400 pixels, and margin left 100 pixels, and I would say for margin left for it to like not be closer that much, be away from the margin of the left. That's what I'm saying. We need to shift it a little bit further from the margin left. So we have that. So if we refresh, we should have something like this. Looks pretty neat. Yeah, looks pretty neat. So I think that's pretty much it, right? The rest is just the result section, right? I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much all of it.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is for the result, like this is already done. This is okay, all right. Um, and search, fine. We will have to fix a couple of CSS later on, but I want us to like um for us to style some sort of to style this data the way it comes on Google, on the actual Google, the way it comes. We need to be able to actually get that data. So I have a mock data here which we'll be working with. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a file called data respawn or whatsoever thing, um, so that we can work with it to avoid hitting Google servers. Um, and because
Yeah,
since
yeah.
we're on a free kind of plan, we don't want to hit Google servers that much. Response data.js. All right. So we have our response data.js there. So this is a mock data here. All right. So if you're working on this and you want to style, um, I don't know, you just once you get the data from Google, what I advise you to do is you copy that data, you just search Google servers once, you get that data you actually get from Google, and once you get that data, you use it. So how do you actually fetch data from Google? I think I should show you. I think we should do that right now, Zilan, right? Zilan, can you hear me? Oops, I don't know if he can hear me, but can you guys hear me? You all watching? Sorry, I was unavailable for a reasonable amount of time. That's fine. We haven't really gone that far, but um, you can still follow along. Yeah. So I actually want to create the Dylan. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Oh, sure.
Your internet is unstable, bro.
Yeah,
I
I'm with
actually
you, bro.
want. Okay, yes. What I was saying is I actually wanted to create we've created a Firebase project, right? What I want to do is
Yeah.
I want us to get data. All right, I want us to get data because then this mock data, if someone is working, someone is following us up from home, like Tafo is like he's following us right now. How can he do to get this mock data in order to work on because this is actually data gotten from Google. How can he do to get this data in order to work on the design of the result section? So I want us to do that by following going on since we've already created a project on Firebase. What we have to do right now is we need to create a custom search. I think we should be able to get an API. Mm, hello,
Yeah.
hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's my connection gets me off from time to time. I don't know why.
Okay. So to do this you need to get an API key. So how do you actually get an API key? Um,
Hello?
yes, I'm getting you. How can someone actually get an API key? Like they need an API key to be able to scrape data from Google, to be able to get data from Google. How can someone get an API key? I think it's
Well,
I'll just Google
we have to get through that.
enhancement
Yeah.
API. Yeah, the documentation, right? I think the
Mm.
documentation. that should be possible. Okay, awesome. So if you get here, you should be able to get the custom search. You should be able, you follow this link, right? You should be able to get an API key, right? So once you click on here, get an API key, you should be able to get your own API key, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they should be able to get their own API key. So once you do that, you just select the project, you come here, you select the project you'll be working with, like um, this is the project we created. You need to accept terms and conditions and all of that, and you click on next. And we should be able to get an API key. You all should not worry, because at the end of this we're going to disable this API key, so it doesn't really matter if you use this or not, because we'll definitely disable this API key and restrict it. So once you've done
Okay.
that, you've got an API key, because a lot of people might say, okay, they will spam this API key or whatsoever everything, but at the end of this we'll take that off. So you might want to copy your API key and keep it somewhere safe. Just copy it and keep it somewhere safe, or you can restrict your API key, the usage and all of that. So after doing that, I think you're ready to go, because all you need is to hit an endpoint. So what I'm going to do is I am going to create a file, a JS file called these. All right. After this, we'll definitely disable this case, so you all should not worry about spamming or doing whatsoever thing. Export in here, we just want to export our API key. All right. Export API key here, and we paste our API key in here. All right, and here we have our default export. We have our export default API key. Awesome. I think that's pretty much all. This is just to set it up, because we'll definitely need it later on. So like I was saying, once you've gotten this, you actually go to this link I'm going to share with you guys. Actually go to this link here. Hold on. Actually go to this link here, programmablesearchengine.google.com slash okay, I think Longla, you can post that on the live chat, right? I think
Yeah, I can do that.
I just posted the link on the live chat.
Okay.
So that's what you're basically going to use. All right. And using this is going to take you here. You log in, blah, 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 whatsoever thing. Once you've logged in, you should come at the level of create. Before you create, you enter the site to search, which is Google, www.google.com. And there you pick the language or whatsoever thing. Yeah, name of the search engine. You enter anything like let's enter that.
Google being okay. Name of the search engine or
Name of search engine we can
okay.
Yeah. Name of the search engine you're creating, VUE JS live. Right? Click on create. And it's going to create that for us. And once we get that created, we come at the level of setup here. At this level, we should be able to get our search engine ID, which is what we're going to use when we doing an API search. All right. So if I say, for example, you will be hitting this endpoint, right? You'll be hitting this endpoint here, where in here you will pass your search term, like maybe footy codes, and in here you pass in the context key. All right, your context key will go in here, and the context key is gotten from here. It should be somewhere around here. And also, before I forget, you should enable this and search the entire web. You should turn this on. All right, before I forget, turn that on. It's really important. So you copy your context key and you put it up here, and your API key, we did get our API key here. Come here and paste it on here. Hit enter. Hopefully we should get something from Google. Beautiful. You see, we're getting results, right? Dylan, are you with me?
Of course.
Yeah, you see, we're getting the result from Google just because this is actually the endpoint you would pass, and all of that.
Yeah, the
So
JSON object.
yeah, so you get this is the response of the search you get from Google. So this is what I was talking about. So you copy this, you can pass maybe Tesla. And again, before I forget, this is a free. This is you get this for free for just the day. Like, um, per day you have just, I think it's 1,000
I
queries or
think
100 queries. I don't know. I've
I think
forgotten.
it's rather 100, right?
I think it's 100 or something. Yeah. So per day,
Yeah, it's
once
100.
you pass that, you need to pay. So yeah, yeah. And before I forget, again, you turn this on. Search the entire web is very important to turn that on. And once that's said, you're ready to go. You just copy this data and all this data and put it the way I did mine here at the level of data response, because that's actually what we'll be using to like style the response, so we will not hit Google servers the entire time when we'll be building our app in development mode. So I really suggest you should do that because it's really gonna help you. Awesome. Awesome. So so what I want us to do is we will go now at the level of the search. I believe it's here. I believe it's here. So we'll get a level of a search here, and not in the search, needs to get to the result because we're working on the result. Sorry, need to get result. Yeah, data from Google. Dylan, give me a couple of minutes. All right, let me get a drink. Can you hear me? I'm back. Hello? Dylan, are you there? This is really tiring. So, I don't know if Dylan can hear me though, but we should try to work on the result, getting the result set, right? So, what I'm going to do is we're going to create a variable like in Vue. We most of the time have this um, data, like all of the data of your application is in here, right? So you put the data and you have to return that data like this. And let's say this data is the actual data. Let's say this data, right, is the actual data which is coming from the backend. So this is where I want to store it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import um, my response, which is the file I created, right? Response from into here. I just copy this. Response data. So I just want this, for example. I just want that there. Awesome. Awesome. Let's see. Response data is defined but never used. Okay. Oh no. Make this instead. Response. Beautiful. So I have this. So in order to like check it out, what I would do is I would create a hook mounted. Just get like a function, and in here I'll just say console. Or I think the best thing to do is I'll set this to null, right? I'll come here, I'll say this data to access this data in here. I'll say this data receives assign a response to it, right? So, and after doing that, I try console logging that console.log to make sure I have the data right. This data. Just to make sure I have that data. What is going on? Something weird is going on. Oops. I don't know where this comes from. Awesome. So we come back to our app here and check on the console. We're having a lot of warning. That's horrible. Check on the console. Yeah, you see we are able to get the data. We are able to get the actual data which is in our JSON file. So we can basically style this. So to style this, what we are going to do is we should first of all be able to display the data, right? So we know that our data is inside this data variable. So since we have to wrap all of that in here, what we are going to do is we are going to check if if that data actually contains something, like VIF, using iterative VIF, that data actually contains something. So if that data contains something, what I want to do is I want to, if that data contains something, I will want it to actually loop and display that data. All right. So I'll have that way, and we'll have something like this. I'll need to wrap this up in the div so I can be able to look through, of course. So I need to wrap that up in a div, and of course in this div, maybe I'll just say actual results as a class, of course. Actual result, and maybe I might want to have a margin bottom of 5 pixels, right? And in here, inside here, I might want to look for and get the items actually. So I say look for item. Okay, item is my variable which I'm going to iterate, and I'm gonna use that variable to actually get the specific data. So I'll use item in data dot items. All right, why am I saying data dot items? I'm saying data dot items because this is data, all right, dot items, and the response are actually coming out from these items. We can see we have 10 response, right? An array of 10. All right, so that's actually why I'm saying that. And after doing this, we'll need to set up you guys hold on. Sorry, I just had a phone call. If we do it this way, what was I even? If we have this, if we try to iterate through like this, we should definitely have a key, right? And key is to avoid duplicates and to make it easy when, for example, we want to update data, right? So I'm using what as a key? I'm using catch ID as a key. This catch ID, I'm using this as a key since I believe it's unique, which I get from Google. So we have the catch ID, this one, the catch ID for this one as well is different. So that's why I use the catch ID as a key. So we have that, and in here I can say a I can create an a ref anchor tag, and this anchor tag is for this for the links. Like when you click here, it takes you to the actual website. All right, so that's it. I'll need an anchor tag, and with this anchor tag, we need to pass in the variable as a link, because the link, we don't have the link. It's Google that gives us the link. So we will sort of I've forgotten how we call this in Vue, but it's some sort of two dots. I think it's vbind or something. It's the same as saying vbind. If I'm not wrong, I don't know. Just saying. I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah. So we have this like that. We have it that way, and since we want to be able to loop through and get the link, we would just say our item dot link. All right, item dot link. What we want to do in here is what we want to do in here is, because we'll wrap that up inside um, our actual results. What we want to do now in here um, is, because here we have our actual results, and from our actual results we have our, yeah, that makes sense, I think. Well, I believe so. Yep, I think it makes sense. So we have that way, and I think I should give a class here as well. Sorry, give a class here of maybe display link or whatsoever thing. Display link, I don't know, whatsoever. And in here, sorry, I want to have a div in here. I want to have a div in here where I'll be able to set a class, where I'll need the class, of course, have a div display. They're two different things, you know. I don't know. I'm not really that good when it comes to naming classes and all that. So in here, what we will do is we will use this to actually the curly braces, two curly braces, to actually say that, okay, this what we are displaying is not a string, it's a variable, it's an actual variable we want to display there. So all of these values are coming from for example, if you check in here, display link is here somewhere around here. Yeah, display link. So this is what we want to display. So we will have something like this. We'll have something like this. Display link. Then we display drop down beside it. So if I refresh, we should be able to have something. Awesome. So if I click here, it takes me to the Tesla. It takes me to the Tesla website, and I come back. Yep. And in here, if we go back to our code, we definitely see that. Sorry, we definitely see that in here we should be able to have a title, right? Because those are just links. For this title, we need a div as well. Div with a class of data title, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. And here should have sorry. In here we will have an ref, which is an anchor tag, of which here we'll just basically display the all the links in here like this. So we're basically saying that in if the user clicks on the link, it should go to that link, and if the user clicks on the title, it should as well go to that link. So yeah. And after that, we need to display some code snippet. Like on Google, when you see something like this, you see under it, you see this, right? You see a small description. Maybe if I hit Tesla, beneath it you see a small description. Nope, here, a small description, right? This is what I mean by HTML snippet, which is actually what we get from Google. We get that from Google. So if I check in items, if I check in any HTML snippet, this is what we get from Google. So we will have that this way, right? So we'll come here and we'll create another div in here, where in here we'll need to have a class of data body, right? And in here, things, it's a variable, it's a variable we want to display as a variable. We just hit, put it in a curly braces and hit item.h html snippet, HTML snippets. Oops, it actually went to Wikipedia. So if I hit enter, we should be able to get something. Awesome. You see, we have the data now. We have some snippet. But if you notice, we have this bold, this B bold kind of thing, and this is pretty bad. To solve this issue, what we have to do is there's a view, kind of, how can I call this? It's a view. It's a view sort of. How can I even call this? It's a props. It's a props you pass in. You do it this way instead of passing this here. You come like this, and you pass HTML. So it should render every HTML that it's in there, because then we had some B whatsoever thing. HTML in here, and boom, we put it there. So if I refresh this, what will we get? If I refresh, that, this is what we get. You see, it's pretty neat now, right? It's not horrible as it was. It's pretty neat. So the next thing we're going to do is we will try to style it. All right, we will try to style what we have, and by styling it, I mean writing styles on, actually making this dummy shitty data look more like this beautiful Google. So to do this, we will come back for styling, and after setting the counts, come here and we will highlight actual data in a class, and from there, actual data like this, we'll pick actual data class, and from there we would say we want the font size to be 12 pixels. We don't want it too big or too small, and we want the text alignment to be to the left. All right, we want it to shift to the left, and we want the width to be 400 pixels, right? Width to be 400 pixels. What is wrong with me? And spell width. And margin left, because we don't want it to be too close to the margin, so we say margin left of 190 pixels, so it becomes a little bit beautiful. So if you come here, we should be able to have this. This is slick. This is beautiful. Well, it's not that beautiful, but I mean, like, it's not bad. So after we've done that way, we will need now to, like, make it Like if someone visited the link already, you should like show some green, some pink colors on it and all of that. So to do that, and also we see when we're scrolling, right? When we're scrolling, this thing doesn't stick to the top. The search bar doesn't stick to the top and it scrolls. But with Google, the actual Google, you see it sticks, which is what we will want to do. All right. So we have the actual results. We've done that there, and here um, we will have this as well. What wrap in such a way that if for example we this is to prevent um for small screens, like if we want to go responsive, if we want it to be responsive, yeah. So we want the actual results to be kind of responsive to adjust to the screen, like when we shrink and all of that. So now we want this data title, where is it, data title, to be pink, as kind of, it's not actually pink, but I think it's, you see Google's I don't know if it's pink or whatsoever, but it looks for it to look more like Google. So we will highlight that, come here beneath here, and we will pick our data and pick all the anchor tags in it, and we'll set our font size to not 12 to 20, and we'll set the color to this particular color. I'll just copy paste the color here, set that to this color. And also we want to work on the visited, like if someone has visited that link already, we want the color to change. All right, so I just copy paste that, and I want I want to be working with a display link. It's a display link mostly, which will be affected by the color. I'll just copy the class, come here, paste it here, and here I'll just have my data body in here, of which I want to, here is more of like reducing the size of our data body here, which is our snippet, so it shouldn't be the same size with the actual thing, if you understand what I mean. So with the actual link and the title. So I'll reduce the font size to 14, and I want to work on the visited, like if it's visited and all, and not change the color and all of that. We want it to be pink if it's visited. So I'll have something like this. I'll pick an anchor tag and I have this visited, and I'll change the color. Not change the color. I got these colors from the Google, actually. I inspected and copied the colors. So I believe we should have something in here. I believe we should have something in here. Yep, we have something. So we see it's quite small, and this is a little bit large, I think. So yeah. So now we work on the header, try to make the header sticky. All right. Um, Before we try to make the header sticky, we want to, I don't know why this is the way it is. Like this line is underlined. Is it the way it is on Google? Oh no, it's not even underlined. It's not even underlined. So it's not even underlined, so we'll just have to move that, all those underlining things. So to do that, we can pick all the anchor tags and just disable them, like exploration. On. Hopefully it should be awesome. Just disable that. Beautiful, beautiful. So now, since we have that way, and also these links are not they're black. They don't have that weight color. They're black. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick that particular link. So display link with a drop down, right? So with the drop down, so I want to pick this display link, styling arrow to it. I want to style this display link otherwise and make it color. I think this color on the level of the footer, which I worked on. Yeah, this color here. Yeah. So color, this color here. Awesome. You see, right now it's kind of like it looks like Google, though not 100%. Now we need to fix this thing, this search that scrolls along with the content, which is pretty bad, by the way. So to fix that, we will have to first of all select the header, of course. We'll have to pick the header, and once we pick the header, we use the position key, right? And we want it at the top, of course. So we say top 0 pixels, and we want it to be on top of whatsoever thing. So we have our index or Z index in 1, and our background, background color, something. Background color, we just have a background color as white. Here we just want a padding top, not to be too close to the actual top of our page. So we just have a padding top, just say maybe 14 pixels, something, and Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Refresh. Awesome. See, when we scroll, it's still it's right there, right there, looking at us, right there. So we want that maybe enter something. You hit enter, it should automatically update here. So what we'll have to do here is we'll have to. Oh, sorry, I mistakenly clicked. So we want that when you click, like you're on the search page, once you click, maybe once you enter the data and you hit enter, or you click on maybe this icon search here, you should automatically update this data here. All right, this is when we'll be working with the endpoint, the actual endpoint itself. Okay, awesome. So the next thing we will be touching is we will try to make sure that the actual links, the actual result links are disabled, which I think is already what we did. And instead of colors, okay, we did this. There's a more cleaner way we can do this. I can just clear this off. I think there's a more cleaner way. So I just pick that, or I just pick the display result blah 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 thing, and I have my text decoration. I have my text decoration to none, right? And then I have my color to inherit from the parent. All right, awesome. So this should work. Actual results. Actual results. If I pick it this way, let's see if that work. It didn't work. It didn't even work. Gosh. So I think we'll have to pick the actual.
Finally, I'm
The
back. My connection
awesome,
was.
awesome,
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
awesome.
I see.
So I think
You've gone real. You've advanced really. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So actually, we'll have to get into actual results. Actual results, which is this, and pick the display links here. All right, and style them. So that's it. So I think hopefully it should work now. Gosh. It still doesn't work. That's creepy. What am I doing wrong? Actual results link. Um, text decoration. I set it to none, right? And that's weird. Let's try inspect. Let's try to inspect. Hmm, that's weird. Okay, but oh, it works. It works. It works. I think the links are not highlighted. It's like when you hover over it that it underlines. but by default it's not highlighted, right? So I think to pick those title, right? Title. I think this is title here. So the font size 20 and blah blah blah, all of that. So we want the text decoration to go. So we just have our text decoration to none, right? Hopefully that should work. And once we've had a text decoration to none, we want to reselect that same thing and make a hover, like when you're hovering over it. Awesome, it's gone. Oh gosh, it's gone. But when we hovering over it doesn't show like on Google, so it has to, like, show a line. So to do that, we just come here and we copy paste the same thing down here, and we have a hover here with our text decoration on the line here. Awesome. Let's check it out together. Awesome. Awesome. When I hover over it, you see what happens.
Yeah, it's actually emulates the real functionality.
Yeah, it underlines like the one we have on Google. Yep. So the last thing I want to do is, you see this link is, you see this thing is overlapping, right? I want to push that down. So the last thing I want to do is, I'll want to style that content to actually push the results. I'll need to get that div. Where is the div? This div here, the result div here. And I want to style that and say margin bottom, right? Margin bottom to 13. Let's say 13%, depending on the user's screen. And I want to set this to important. Okay, this is really important. And margin. What's going on? What's going on with my margin? Margin bottom. I didn't spell bottom well. Oh, my bad. So if I come here and refresh, I should be able, you see, right now it's better, far way better, right? And when we scroll, we have that sensation from Google, like when you're scrolling, it sticks to the top. So if I come here, click here, and all of that. So yep. So now, what we will be working next on is, the next thing we'll be talking on, Dylan, are you with us? Dylan, are you with us? Dylan, the responsiveness is not the best though. It's not the best. Dylan, are you with us? I'm not quite sure where he is. Okay, so we have this set. All right, we have the sticky rest at the top and all of that. So what I want us to work on right now is I want us to work on really tired. Gosh. So what I want us to work on now is actually getting the data from Google. When the user enters a search term, we get that data and we display it to the user, because right now we're pretty much done. I don't know if you guys notice it, but we're done. We're pretty much done. I mean, like done, really done. All right. So here we should make in such a way that here, if the user enters maybe something and hits enter, it should update automatically here and display the results, right? So that's the whole point, and that's the whole idea. So what I want us that's actually what I want us to work on right now. All right. So awesome. So we will start by, since we're done with the design and all of that, we have our home. We have our home, which is neat, sleek. We have our search result, which is sleek. So we just need to build the logic of the app. So what we'll have to do is we need to install Axios. All right. And Axios is actually a library which is going to help us to fetch. It's actually going to help us to fetch data, like to fetch data from an API. And I love, most of the time I love using Axios because it's actually it actually makes things kind of like easy for you, like when you're like, and with the cross browser compatibility, and like if you have to run your project on maybe on Internet Explorer or whatsoever thing, Axios got your back. So we will have to install Axios, and for Axios we just hit npm install dash save. All right. And Axios view Axios enter. So we're going to install Axios and set up Axios. All right. Once we're done installing it, we will set it up. My internet is really a mess. So while Axios downloads, after we've set up Axios, what we want to do is, while Axios downloads, after we've set it up, what we will want to do is we will want to fetch the data. All right, we'll set up a function, a search function that gets in as parameter a term, and it fetches that data and stores that data in a state, which we're going to use Vuex for that. And yeah, pretty much that's it. My internet is not the best, man. Like, gosh. I mean, like, come on, seriously. While that searches, while that downloads, sorry. While that downloads, we want to we should be setting up our store, because we will actually need this store to once we actually get the data from Google. All right. So we go to our store, and we have our Vuex imported and our view and all of that. So we create a state. maybe the same as the variable we had. Response data, and this state is initialized an array. Why is it initialized to an array? Because the data we're going to be getting from Google is going to come in the form of an array. Well, it's going to come in the form of a JSON object, but we will access the array part of it because we don't need all of the data. If you look at in here, we don't need all of the data. There's some data which we don't need. So if you check in here, you will see search information. You see things like search information, URL, which objects, and all of that, templates. You see all of those. We don't need all of those. What we need is items, and items is an array, and that's the reason why here we have an array. So that's right. That's right. So we will need to create in our mutation. Mutation is basically we cannot modify our states in our store just like that. That's not how it works. You need to pass through your mutation and your action as well. If you want to do something on your state or whatsoever thing. So we will use our mutation. We'll write a function. Like mutation is an object which takes in a which inside we have a couple of functions which we add, which these functions can be called when we import our store in a particular component. So for example, we have a set of function to set the state, because we're definitely going to need this. Set response. Generally I like to have it this way while Axios installs. Of course, I think it's done. Oh, Axios is done installing. After we're done doing that, we're going to go set up Axios, like straight up. So we write a function here which takes in two parameters, like it takes in two arguments. The first is the state and the second is the payload. All right, the second is a payload. Yep, payload is the actual data which is being passed in when you're calling the setter function in any component. So we pass that data and we set now the data which is being passed in to our state over here. So we say state, watch what I'm doing. We say states dot it response data here, all right, receives payload, receives this payload which I got from here. All right, so just basically that's it. We just get that payload, we pass it, and we set it to our state here. That's it. As simple as that. So now we have to go back and set up our view, not view, our Axios. So we come back here to set up our Axios. We need to go at the level of our main.js, which is the entering point of our application. We have to set up our Axios in here. What we have to do is we have to just copy paste this. You head over to the Axios installation, npm axios npm on npm, sorry. You see all of this. You just copy that and paste it there, which is just all part of the installation of Axios. And once you've copy pasted that, you need to view use Axios. All right, so here basically we are using Axios, all right, just in basic terms. All right, so that's just it. So once we've set up the Axios thing, what we want to do now is we will go to our search component in here, and it's in here that all the magic is going to happen. All right, we will write a function in here. We will need to write a function in here which is going to do the fetch of the data, and once we get that data from Google, we are going to set it to our states which we just created, and we just created a setter function for that state. So what we are to do now is we are to return, we create some variables like the search term, which is the term the user enters, like school or coronavirus or whatsoever thing, their search term. And we also need a context key, which is a variable. All right, remember the context key from um, the other context key when we're creating let me get to that, this context key here. So you copy that and come over here with it and paste it here. All right. So this search term now, we have to bind this search term. We have to bind this first search term to our input here, which is v model. So v model is actually pretty simple in Vue if you want to bind data. So I just hit v model in here. This is the case where you show buttons, and it's where we don't show buttons. We still bind our view model in here like this. So pretty much that's it. So now we want to be able to run a function like this function, this search function. Each time the user hits submit, we want hits enter, or if the user, for example, clicks on search, right? If you click on search, I want to run that function. So now we need to set up that function. And that function is set up in a hook called methods. All right. Methods is a hook which basically takes in all your functions which you are writing. All right. So we have that in here, methods like this in here, and methods, gosh, I spelled really bad. Have my methods in here, and in here we're going to write any you can write as much. Methods are like you're writing basically your functions in here, right? Any function which used to be called in your app or whatsoever thing. So you are going to have this like this, and in your methods you definitely need to have a function. And now one of the coolest way of fetching data is using the async await. All right, async await is basically asynchronous, right? You're asynchronously fetching for data. You're fetching for data. Maybe you wait until you get that data before you do a certain thing. All right. So to use an await, you need to wrap it in an async function. So to write an async function is quite simple. We just hit async like this. Hell am I writing? Async search, and we are going to listen to an event here because we actually need to prevent a reload. You know, the default event of when you hit enter, it reloads the page, right? Like for example here, I'm not quite sure if you can see it. Sorry about that. So when you hit enter, by default it reloads the page, but we don't want that. We want, when you hit enter, we want to prevent the reloading. So generally I don't advise people to use E, but E is cool as well because like E, the event, generally I really recommend you really write it out, events, because you are probably not the last person who is going to read your code. So we just have our events that prevent default, right? So we prevent the default behavior, which is reloading of the page. We want building a single page application. So for example, we want to do this. After we do this, we want to console.log, maybe just to make sure this is the search term. Oh, what the? This is a search term. We want to console log the search term. So we will append this like this and hit this dot search term. Beautiful. Notice how we use the this a lot because this is important. If you just use search term, it's not gonna work. You have to use the this. You have to use the this keyword to actually say you're referring to this value in this particular. It's kind of like class, and that's the coolest thing about Vue. So we want to do it this way. So if I reload and I enter, for example, Potier, I hit search, see in a in a search console, we see Potier there. One might want to put an arrow or something here. So if I enter maybe a search term, another search term, fotiecodes, fotiecodes, and I hit enter, I hit search, we'll see fotiecodes here, the same thing. We just hit. So even if we are in this search, I believe it should work as well. On the search page, and we hit maybe Tesla, hit search, you see it pops out Tesla here. Now that's weird. I When we hit enter, nothing happens. That's really weird. Really, really weird. So in here we have submit, right? And we run the function and everything is slick. But why do we hit enter and nothing seems to work? That's my question. That's weird. That's weird. Oh, I did a little mistake here. Instead of form, I wrote from. Damn. Form is not from. Gosh. Form, not from. What type of mistake is that? I'm crazy, man. I'm crazy. So if I come back, I enter blah blah blah, whatsoever I enter, and I hit enter, it should work. It should just work. See, I enter. Once I enter, I hit enter, it works. Check on the console, you're gonna see all of what I'm entering. Hit enter, it works. So this is amazing. So if I come here just to show you what I was talking about, if I come here and comment out this section, you will notice how the page is gonna load, and that's not what we want. So if I refresh, okay, compiling. That's weird. Event. If I don't maybe listen to it, just not get anything as parameter, and I enter something and I hit enter, you see how you notice how it loads, right? And it puts this question mark here. That's weird. Notice how it loads. It gets the value, but then it loads. But we don't want it to load. That's why we use we prevent the loading with this. So we get the event through as parameter, and we say event.prevent default. All right. So that's it. So now what we actually do now is we wrap this into a try catch block. So we try, right? We try to get okay. There was some code snippet that pop up. Try catch. Awesome. Love VS Code, man. So in our try block, we want to say let response not response data, response B. We await for the result. Right? We await for the result, and we use this dot Axios. Using Axios.get, since we're getting data from the backend, we are to use the get method because we're getting data, we're not posting. If we were to post the data, we would use post. So So we pass in the URL of what we want to get here, like this, right? And we get the variable, we get the data, all right? We get the data, we have our context key, which is here, right here, context key. We're passing our context key, and we have to pass our API key as well. That's weird. We have to import our API key. So we come here, import API key from, I want to import it from keys, all right? So API key, we remember we enter the API key in here. We enter our API key in here, and this is our API key here. Don't mind using this API key. After this live, it's gonna be taken down. So, yep. So where were we? We're in the search. No, we're in the search. So we have that here. We've got we got the key, we got the context key, and we got the search term. Awesome! This is amazing. I'm liking the sound of this. So once we get that in our try block, so we try to do something, and if it fails, we catch that the error or some whatsoever thing. So once we get that, we want to store it in our store. All right, we need to like keep it in our store, and to keep it in our store, we need to import our store first, like this. All right, we import our store, and we come over here, and we will have store.commit. We're committing, we're sending data. All right, store.commit, and in here you pass your setter function, which is in our store, should be somewhere around here. This is what you pass in. All right, a lot of things happen here. I'm quite lost. So you pass your setter function, and then you put a comma, and you pass the payload, the data. All right, and the data here is going to be response. This response, all right, dot data. All right, so we keeping that in our store. Keeping that in our store. So that's it. Now we just want to check if the data is actually in our store. All right, so we need to make sure we console log something. So we can come here and just copy paste this. Data from the store. Data from the store. Just to make sure we get the data from the store. So we say store dot state dot response. If you get here, dot response data. So we say store, which is our store, dot state dot response data. All right, dot response data. So we should be able to get that. This dependency wasn't found. What dependency? What dependency are you talking about? Keys. Keys dependency wasn't found. That's weird. You couldn't find my keys. Oh. That's really weird. That's weird. Let me try restarting the server. So we try restarting the server. Can't find my keys. That's weird. API key. That's really weird. Whereas it's in here. And it's in here, right? Source keys. This is it in here. So we get that data right there while it's starting the server, restarting the server. So this is just basically a way to hide your API key when you're working and you add this to your git ignore file, so this doesn't get pushed to GitHub or something. Again, API key is quite API key is private. So if any error occurs, I want to console log the error and I want to cache the error and console log it. So we have some code here which we'll be adding here. If the current route is not the search route, redirect to search route. All right. So if this route name is not the search route, all right, I want to redirect to the search route actually. So if I search, and like if I'm searching, if I'm on the search page, that's actually where that condition comes from. If I'm on the search page, like for example, for some reason I'm here and oops, I forgot I'm just starting the server. I forgot I'm restarting the server. So like the idea is if I'm on the search page, right, and for example, I notice that okay, I have to, if I'm on the search page, for example, and I enter a keyword, the search page looks like this, right? If I enter a keyword and I hit enter, this condition will be checked. So if that route name is search, right? So this route name even has to be the same as in our route here, route name, it has to be search here. So if they for that condition to work, of course. So if the search, if the current route, if this route name is search, all right, I want to redirect to the search page. All right. So if you're on the search page and you hit that, you want to redirect to a search page. I'm still getting the same error. That's weird. That's really weird, man. Maybe just try entering the extension might help. I don't know. I'm getting the same error. Weird. I think I handled this issue with the keys. Const API key. I have my API key in here. That was not an issue. Oh God. This is really getting creepy. Anyways, wow, we're going too close to 5 hours. That's really crazy. So
They say dependency was not found. Which dependency? Trying to debug this. API key was not declared. That's weird. Let me take a look again inside what are keys. Export const, export default. Yeah, I'm exporting default API keys. Const this, I'm setting that, so that should work. What the hell is going on? So for benefit of doubt, I'll just copy this so we can move. So we can move along with this tutorial, with this live video. So we shouldn't waste time, a lot of time, you know. So instead of passing there, I'm going to create that's really weird. I'm going to create a variable here called API key, and I'll put my API key in here, and here I would say this dot API key. That should be fine. Yep, that's fine. But I don't really get it why this isn't working. I don't know. So if I'm trying to do this, so after doing this, it's going to set to the store, and I want to console log the store. So let me basically try to enter a search term whatsoever thing. Hit enter. Okay, cannot read property response data of undefined. Search line 1, line 75. Line 75. Store the state dot response data. It should be fine. What the hell is going on? It should be fine though. I don't know why it's getting an error. This is an act use. That's weird. Of undefined response data. Probably it's because I'm tired. I don't know. because we're try to see if we can access the store response data of undefined. Means that I'm not even able to import that data actually. That's weird. But if I try console logging, what if I try console logging this data? Oh, it's actually sending us data, but I don't get it why I am not able to set this. So I'm just like setting that data store.commit. Yeah, just the same thing as here. And the payload as well. I've import all of that here. Everything looks clean. Everything looks neat. Import the router. Beautify. Yeah, Beautify is not an issue though. So I'm able to fetch, but I can't keep it in my store. That's weird. That's really weird. Oh, is it like, no, that's not store. Okay, there was an error. Cannot read property response data of undefined. It means that this response data of undefined. Oh, state! Damn it! I made an error. Typing. God, what the hell is going on with me? I'm probably tired. I made a typing error. So if I hit this, you see we get the data from the store. This is crazy. Gosh, I was I almost went crazy. I was went freaking out. So what next? So we get this data, and what, like, we've gotten this data, like we have the data is in the store. So now what we need to do now is we need to get to the result page, because we're pretty much done. We need to get to the result page now and try to figure out um, how to we can get back that data from the store and work with the data. All right. So we first of all need to import the store from the result page. We need to import the store. I'll just copy this result page. I need to import the store, right? And here I'll just comment this out because we don't need it anymore. Just comment that out. So import the store, and the next thing I'm going to do is in my mounted here, instead of assigning this to that data, I'm going to assign store dot state dot response data. Awesome. So this is pretty much it. Oops, what's going on? Oops. Yeah, so this is pretty much it. So if I come back here and I enter maybe fotiecodes and I hit enter, it should take me to brings me data from fotiecodes or whatsoever thing. And because I've already visited these links, they are the way they are. So if I enter maybe something I've never visited before, or something like I don't know what open classrooms, open classrooms keyword as a search term, and you see a couple of links are not clicked. Do I've visited this one, but this one is not. So if I right click and I open it, and it opens that's a Twitter, and it opens, actually once it opens, this will be grayed out. This will, you see, instantly changes the color, which is what we designed. So now the issue now we have here is, if I hit maybe something here like fotiecodes, right? Fotiecodes, and I hit enter, the search term gets everything works fine. If you check on the console here, you see everything works fine. Check out the console. If I enter, let me clear this console and do it again. If I come here and I say maybe Tesla, all right, and I hit enter, it's going to call for the function, and it's going to set the data in the store as we want it to do, right? But now the issue is the data is not being updated here, which is our problem. So now to solve this issue, we need a watcher. All right, we need a watcher which we are going to watch changes in our state. Each time the changes change in our states, we want to assign the new result we've gotten from our store to this actual value, to this data. All right, so we will have a watch function. We will have a watch object here. Sorry, we'll have a watch. We'll have a watch object here. Obviously, here we'll have to spread it like this. We'll have a watch object here, and we need to watch changes in the store. So we need to get to the store first. .state .response data, just not to make any mistakes. Just response data. Just come copy paste this right here. Response data, which is a function actually, and this function, let's just say console. Let's just console log and just make sure, okay, we get that data. Let's say store changed, right? Let's say store changed. And after we say store change, we want to say this. Okay, let's just make sure that the store changes before we do any other thing. Let's just make sure that the store changes before we do any other thing, just to make sure. Hi. Okay. Let's wait. Let's wait. Nothing. Nothing. Google. Search term Google. My search term here is Google, as you can see. And maybe I enter fotiecodes. I hit enter. Search term fotiecodes. The data gotten. That function is not being triggered, which is weird. Which is weird. So we need to actually watch our store. That's weird. I hope I didn't do the same mistake I did before. Hi. Data. Hello. Oh, it gets the data and it says store change. That's weird. I didn't. Why didn't it work the first time? Yeah, you see here it says store changed, which is actually happening. Means that if we hit maybe 40 codes, we hit enter, it will say store changed here, and we hit 40, just 40 or change, because then he has detected some changes in the store. So after we have done that, we want to grab the new data that's it's in the store. We don't just want to say store change, we want to grab the new data that's starting in from the store. And what we want to do with that data is we want to update this data which we're displaying on the results section here. So after doing that, if we come here, we say Fourier codes, for example, enter, should take us to the result section. If we hit Tesla and hit enter, you see it update automatically, and that's actually what we want. Pretty neat, right? So for example, if I hit Google and hit enter, we get the data updated live in real time. It doesn't even load, guys. It doesn't even load. So that's it. We're pretty much done. That was it. I'm sorry if this was a little bit too long. This is actually our first live where we're doing live coding, and hopefully we'll have subsequent ones like this where we'll be doing builds. So you guys just let us know what builds you want us to work on, and we'll take upon the challenge to work on those builds for you all. And hope you really love this live, because we really did invest a lot of time to produce this content. So please, if you loved this live, like the video, just like the video, and subscribe and share so we can reach out to a lot of developers. Yep. So that's your Google clone. That's your Google clone you've built. So if you come here and hit Google and press search, just click on the search. You should be able to search, just search the data. And if you hit here, the codes, yeah, you should be able to get the data. The data should be able to update in real time. Awesome. Like up in Classroom, hit enter, you get the data. Okay. Awesome. I hope you all loved this live. And Again, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and all whatnot. Like, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and see you in the next one. And if you want to deploy, if you want to deploy this with Firebase, like if you want to host your project to Firebase, it's quite easy. Sorry about that. It's quite easy. You just need to install Firebase, and um, after installing Firebase, you just log in. You install Firebase CLI, and you just log in with your account and hit. And once you log in with your account, like for example me here, I just open a new. I'll just do it from here. I just hit. I first of all need to build this. Okay, it no build is npm run build. First of all, need to build the project, right? Once you're done building the project, the project is building. So if you watch and love this video, please give it a thumbs up and share, and share, so it can reach to everyone. God, it's like 4 hours. Damn. It's like 4 hours. Close to 5 hours now. So building for production, once you build for production, you just have to hit Firebase deploy, and yeah, if it's your first time to deploy on Firebase, if you'll be working on this and it's your first time to deploy on Firebase, you need to set up your Firebase project, and you need to hit like after I'm going to do this, I'm going to init. I'll hit Firebase init and initialize the Firebase on my project so I can deploy it. So it's building, taking a lot of time, taking all its time to build. It's taking all its time. Oh, wow. Wow. So while it's doing that, we can even still be initializing, or we can initialize our Firebase here. All right, we can initialize our Firebase. Firebase init. Oops, it's done building. So when it builds, right? When it builds, you should be able to see a disk folder with your build files in here, and this is what you're going to be deploying to this is like your static app, like, yeah. So Firebase init, nothing. So after done this, getting a lot of noise from your side, Dylan. What the hell is going on? Firebase init going on. Zilan is using my avatar. That's crazy. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, which Firebase CLI, blah blah blah. So you will want
It's
to hit.
after my issue with the internet that your avatar came. Why I don't know.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I'm about to deploy the app on Firebase, use on Firebase hosting. So we want to deploy cloud storage. No, hosting configure and deploy Firebase hosting site. Yes, this one. Did I even pick that? I'm not sure. I think I was supposed to. Yeah, I was supposed to select with space. So, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. And hosting. Go and deploy Firebase hosting sites. Yes, you hit space and enter. Use an existing project. Use the arrow key. Blah blah blah. Create a new project. Use an existing. But remember, we already created the project on Firebase, so we just use the project here. So when you say use an existing project, you have to log in for this to actually come forward. If you're not logged in, you will not be able to see all of this. All right. So we would choose. We created clone live view. Google Clone Live View is this one. Okay, it says what do you want to use as your public directory. So this is quite tricky because our public directory we're using here is the disk directory. All right, so we want to use this disk. We will be using, by default is public, but we want to be using disk. Sorry, disk. It's I don't quite remember if I have to put a slash in front of that. This, um, like that. It says configure a single writable. Okay, configure as a single page app. Write all URLs to yeah, and automatically no for now no. Firebase complete. Then you hit Firebase deploy. When you hit Firebase deploy, you wait for it to deploy your app to Firebase. So it's deploying to Firebase right now. We just wait. I mean, guys, this was quite a tough one. You know, like we actually thought, okay, we can do this and all of that. But I think probably next time, if we have to work on a clone or whatsoever thing, um, if we have to work on a clone or whatsoever thing, we would definitely schedule 2 lives. Or I don't know. You all just tell us. Let me see if I can have that. Oops. I didn't enter the path well. My bad. Gosh. I didn't enter the path well. I guess I was supposed to enter it the other way around. I guess I was supposed to just enter disk and no slash. Proceed. Firebase hosting, configure and deploy Firebase hosting. Yep, that's what I want to do. Okay, this is it like this directory, or is it this? Well, let me try with this one. Yeah. Nope. Mm. Override what? File disk already exists. Override. No, I don't want to override. I want to keep what I already have. And we just hit firebase deploy. Boom. And hopefully this time we should deploy our app to firebase. What? Specified public directory disk does not exist. Can't deploy hosting to a set. This is crazy. This is crazy. You're ready to proceed. Automatically. Nope. This directory already exists. Alright. Nope. So deploy. Hopefully this time it should work. That's weird. Deploying. Okay. So I guess I just had to, well, let me not be that much excited because I'm not even sure if it works. Doesn't work. That's weird. Hmm. That's really weird. That's really weird. Where's the Firebase? What? I was in the source. This is not happening. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is not happening. happening. This is not happening. So I kind of like made a mistake, and I was doing all of this in oh God, no. Oh no, God, no, please. Oh, I get it. Why it was. Oh God, no, no, no. I mean, like, this is probably the reason why I thought it would be better if, oh, God, if I was coding and a couple of people were here to watch, to say, like, tell me what's going on if I get stuck or something, because everything is good, legit. But then, yeah, I'm here now. So I can say Firebase init. I'm not in the root directory. I was not in the root directory, which is a problem. Yo, Daniel, you're late. Indeed, you're late, bro. You're late. You're late, but welcome anyways. I was stuck in. I actually finished the stream and I wanted to deploy. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, I'm ready. Um, Hosting deploy Firebase hosting sites. Okay, configure and deploy Firebase hosting sites. This one. Enter, use an existing project. Yes. Yes, Daniel, you're actually late. We're done building. We're done building. This is what we've built. It wasn't easy. A lot of bugs in here and there. If I hit fotiecodes and hit enter, you return to me the data, just the way Google would return to me the data, And yeah, and if you're here, you hit Tesla, for example, and hit enter, the data automatically updates without reloading. We used states for this. So yeah, you're kind of late, but subsequent lives will be coming up, bro. No worries. So which project? I think it's this one we set up. What do you want to use for public directory? What do I want to use as public directory? I want to use my dist. Yes, I want to use my dist. Configure all single page. Configure as a single page application. Yes. Automatic build to deploy from GitHub. No, I don't want to set that down. Ready consistence. Do you want to override? No, I don't want to override. And hopefully this time it should work. Gee. Yeah, the code will be available on GitHub. Definitely, I'll definitely put the link to the code on in the description section. So no worries about that. I'll put the code on GitHub. So yeah, initialization complete. Why am I always hitting Git? Firebase deploy. Hit enter. Hopefully they should deploy. Daniel, you have no idea. You have no idea of like how like this is probably the photo feed time I'm this is probably the photo feed time I'm deploying to Firebase. This is probably the photo feed time I'm deploying to Firebase. Oh my god. And I literally did an error and I was deploying. I entered in the source directory and I was initializing my Firebase day and everything. I was like, yeah, everything is alright. But then I realized it's at that moment I knew I fucked up. Yeah. So if I copy this, paste it here. Hopefully, oh, it's already there. Hopefully. Oh God! Finally, it's been deployed. Yeah, yeah, it happens. It happens. So this is what we've built. This is what we've built. I can share this in in a chat so you can check it out. This is what we built. So if you just come here, we just built it today. You hit 40, you enter anything. It's not really responsive though, but you know, it's there. Not bad. Yeah. Yep. So Lama, I'm okay. I'm okay. What's up? Welcome. Um Lol, it happens though. Yeah, yeah, it definitely happens. You all are coming at the end of the of the stream. You're coming at the end of the stream, but then it is going to be available. Um it's definitely going to be available, so you all just feel free to check it out. I'll put the link to the GitHub out. I'll make it available on GitHub, and I'll put the link to the GitHub down in the description of the video later after the stream. Um, what's up, bro? Lima, what's up? What's up? You're late, man. You're late. We done. This is what we've built. We done. We literally done. Yeah, we done. Yeah. So if you're watching, thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. I literally didn't believe we could finish this today because like a lot of things to cover and a lot of things to work on. No worries, no worries, Manuel, Lema, no worries. I mean, like the video is still available. Just max share and subscribe to the channel. If you're here, you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. Turn on the notification bell, and also like this video. Push the thumbs up button, please. Like this video, and just to know what are the content you all want to see. Um, like what's the content, like what do you want us to work on? We are thinking more on working on projects like this, like maybe working on clones like this. So what type of content do you all just want us to continue working on clones, or you have any project ideas? You can just shoot that off up to us, and we'll try to figure that out. Few people watching, yeah. um Tento, yeah. Welcome. Where you at, bro? Where you at? It's it's been crazy. Yeah, for watching. Yeah, it's been crazy. Please love, like the video and share the video. And I think that'll be all for today. I just deployed what we built today. Tanto, we are building Google Clone today, and we're done. This is the product. Um, Actually, the Google, you know, like it looks like Google, feels like Google. We used Vue JS to build this um, this clone. So y'all just feel free. Let us know if you think we should continue working on clones. And yep, same with GraphQL and UTS. Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Keep going, man. Keep going. Um, will be nice. Awesome. Thank you so much for the support. And I think that'll be the end of the live. Roughly 5 hours, 10 minutes. That's a lot. So if Dylan is still here, I'll probably Dylan, are you still here? Are you still here? Dylan? Dylan, are you still here? Oh, maybe he's gone.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, he's here. Yeah, so basically we're done. We're done building the clone, and everything looks fine now. So I guess we're ready
Yeah, it looks it's
to
up.
stop the live. Yeah, like I was saying, looking forward to hear from a lot of them to like see what they have to say. If we should continue working on clones, or we should maybe work on this or that, you all just let us know, and we'll provide you the content. Yeah, we actually, this YouTube channel actually exists because of you. So we have to satisfy you guys first. So just let us know. Have anything to say before we close the live?
Yeah. Well, all I can say is it was a good time having you here. So, as he said, we'll be expecting comments from you, questions, and advice on what you want us to change or what to improve
Yeah,
to make
it's
content
really important.
that suits you. So,
Yeah,
okay, for our next stream, we should play with GraphQL and Vue.js. Okay, Vue.js.
VTS. I've never heard of that though, but I would
Never heard
definitely
of
check
that.
that.
Is it JS you're trying to write or I'm getting
No, no, no,
confused?
no. I think it's actually VTS. I think
Okay,
I'll check that. I'll check that.
yeah,
Let me
we'll
actually
surely have
use
to take it.
our Google to Google that. You know what I mean, Daniel. Let me use our Google to Google that. Um, graph
You know, can GraphQL will be
the GraphQL. So we just built the Google and we're using our own Google. View with TypeScript support. Okay, view with TypeScript support. Awesome, awesome. So Daniel, we are using our Google we just built, and we just Googled
ah,
something on the
view
on
with
the
TypeScript
clone
support.
Google.
Okay, cool.
So this is GraphQL. Now we are officially using Google Clone, and each and every one of you should use Google Clone because yeah, that sounds interesting. I'll definitely look into this for the next live, next stream.
Yeah,
I'm taking that
yeah.
into account. Really interesting. View yes. Guys, I'm using my Google Chrome to search. I'm not using Google. They Google. I'm using my Google. The Google Chrome I built. This is crazy. Yeah, I know, right, Daniel? That's really amazing. Um, Thank you for sharing
So,
that with us. We'll definitely look into this. Definitely look into this. So I guess that's all, and would say you all have a nice evening. I don't know where you are. You all have a nice day or a good night wherever you are, and we're looking forward to hosting similar lives like this again. Yep.
okay, bye.
Yeah. Bye. You all stay safe. Bye.